Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Hello, chatto. Am I unmuted? Fuck. Well, that's started off fantastically there, hasn't it? I was, in fact, unmuted. I mean, I didn't even get an intro there. I could probably still get an intro before this finishes. Coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK. Dancing. Yeah, so that's gone well. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Not even a one. That might be the worst one of the while. Ah, dear. Yeah, it was a bit Geo. Speaking of Geo Wizard. Right. That brings me to what I got up to yesterday. Didn't even try. I couldn't. It was gone. Ah, dear. For some reason, I thought I hadn't pushed the unmute button. Ah, dear. One day we'll learn. Just think of January.
Unmuted?
No.
Sigmat Jam.
Well, there we go. I'm a little under the weather today. That doesn't help. I'm blaming, let's see, under the weather.
15 months, getting closer to that
sleep?
second Twitch baby.
Ooh,
Up the
yeah.
Sirens.
The twins are on the way. Let me get that down a little bit. The interesting, I mean, motivation's high. Excuses, yes, obviously. You can't do anything without excuses. I walked across Malta in a straight line. Yes, I did. Did that yesterday. Now I'm back. It's just how it works. Now I need to catch up. Temple K, thank you very much for the follow. Lou Boy said correctly this time. Thank you very much for the 28. That's very nice of you. HC with the 10. And the Gazma with the 15. Thank you very much. I nearly hit the wrong button again there. It's been one of those days. Oh, dear. Cool. I think it might have been Mono Scarlet. It must have been. It comes around. Yeah, I'm just... Hello, chatto. It just ends stream and pisses off to Malta immediately. That sounds like something I would do. Mini Marcus, thank you for the 2 months. And Jambelaya with the 100 bits. I appreciate it. We're not hyped already. Bugger me. Thank you, friends. Oh, dear. We're good. We're good. I mean, I'm feeling a little bit weird this morning. I don't know what it is. My throat just feels a little bit funky. Oliver Jerry, thank you for the 17 months. Ever. Me doing that with my voice probably isn't helping. When Malta stream? When? Never. Because as if I'm going to be able to get a lot of stuff out there to actually do that. Ah, dear. Right, let me just move my bottles around a little bit. I'm going to just drink my pink.
I've been rewatching the MTK series. Only got to episode 26 thus far. Have a great day, smile.
It was like 140 streams of MTK, I think. Something along those lines. I don't think this one might... Actually, pretty much, that's roughly about how many you get in a year, I think. It's something like that. It was a good amount. I think it was the longest sort of stream series I've ever done, if you like. See you later, Bill. Have a good day, my friend. Enjoy being... The post will now be delivered. UNE or a Melman. Dream team. Malta vlog. Hopefully, yeah. Don't know if it'll be good, but it'll be there, hopefully. So we need to buy a few extra bits for that, like microphones and stuff. You know, the little wireless ones that you can clip into cameras and stuff. Just need to find one that actually works with the GoPro and stuff like that. But yeah, that's the plan anyway. It's going to be, you know, it's going to be the world's worst travel vlog. That much I can definitely assure you of. We did, James. I got as far as quite literally hello chatto. I don't think I even got to It's Tuesday, did I? I think it was literally as easy as that. Negative transfer budget work? It doesn't. That's the neat part. To be fair, usually it just means that you've overspent and you can whack some of your wage budget into it. Oh, it's just water with like a fizzy concoction added over the top. Yeah. Hello, I am unmuted. Pretty much, yeah. Josh, thank you for the 4 months.
Up the sirens.
Oh, it's okay. No. That you've come to expect too much of me. Okay, that's an entirely new vertical for me. I don't do vlogs. I'll probably have the camera pointed at my chin the entire time. Thank God GoPros have got the front-facing display on them. Like, it's going to be an intriguing thing, particularly as I haven't even sorted out most of that stuff yet, which is why I need to do that later this evening. But, oh well, leave it late, why don't you? Kept your job, thankfully. I love that you're struggling to win the league in Malta, like this many years into the save, because you've created a league that's so strong. I can dream of it. I would love that. I would love the gap to be slightly closer, but I feel like it's going to be a while yet. Negative transfer budget on every screen. Do you have any existing contract negotiations ongoing, Dr. Nanace? Because sometimes when you have, like... Sometimes when you're in the process of using some of your budget for something, they lock it and you can't mess with it. So it might be that you just have to wait until that's sort of... what's the one I'm looking for? Resolved itself, and then you should be able to move it across. We had that issue before one time. It was very annoying because we lost out on signing a player because we didn't have enough transfer budget. But because we're in the process of signing another player at the same time, they wouldn't let me move my wage budget into transfer budget to sign the player that we knew we had enough money to sign. It was very, very annoying. Hello, what's up? It's FM do be strange like that. That was a couple of FMs ago, so it might have changed since then, but something tells me it probably hasn't, let's be honest. Wage budget was negative. Oh, that's really weird. It could be some weirdness to do with the real worlds. No, that being said, this technically the one I'm playing at the moment is actually a real world save, but it's not really a real world save. It's a real world one that has the special transfers from the first season of Malta because obviously we had to do the restart thing. But so technically it is a real world save, I suppose. Wandering Scarlight, thank you for the 100 bits.
Unfortunately, I spend my song request on a song that is longer than 6 minutes. The being Champagne Supernova by Oasis. Also, hello Matt and chat.
Hello.
Are you going to be watching the F1 test?
Probably
I
not.
will be then watching the EFL Trophy semi-final. Bradford versus Wickham. Up the chair, boys, and praise Maltese cow as always. Let her death guide you to salvation and prosperity. Sing the moos, chat, sing the moos.
I was hoping that Stream Nana would scream the last bit, but she didn't. No, I'm not going to watch F1 test. I'm not that into F1, but I'll watch, like, content around it. I'll let other people watch it and then tell me what's going on. That's pretty much all I do with F1 these days. Yeah. So usually there is that button, but we were basically in the middle of signing another guy at the same time, and it kind of locked it out, and it completely screwed it. Like, it was back in, I think it was Treaty United, if I remember correctly. Right, let me just finish this so I can start drinking my coffee and actually get cracking today. Because I've been busy before stream. I decided that I was looking at the squad depth. That means I did click the deadly button, but then I went to the squad depth page, so it's all good. And I was noticing that, like, we've got really nice depth in a lot of positions in this team. DM is still a little light, but we've got Sommers in there, and cover, and Sunday's fantastic. Since we lost Sangare, we are lacking a little bit in the centre of midfield, which is definitely a place to look for. Strikers are great, goalkeepers are really solid, wing-back's great. I feel like our defensive depth in goalkeeper especially, sorry, in centre-back especially, is not there. In fact, I don't even believe our starting quality is really there to the level of the rest of the team. It feels like we have what I would consider not elite players, but like elite for where we're at in a lot of positions in this team. Like Palacio's elite, Ndoye and Vidazini are elite, Haidara's pretty solid as well, Mayhem Sultan could be elite, Kamga's elite, God I miss Sangare, Watara's fantastic, Melman's great, we've got other players coming through in that spot, Sunday's fantastic, but the defenders, they all have kind of glaring issues. Like, Lignon's really tall, but he's really slow, can't head a football. Jorgensen is just also quite slow, at least has okay temp poles. Sangare, he had a release clause, so we couldn't do anything about it. He went to some Saudi club in the end for like £5.5 million. God, I wish we, yeah. Could IOP would be nice as well. Yes. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. We're missing Sangare. Is no better than Vida. According to the game, he is currently, but that's just because of, like, form at the moment. Like, they do different things. They're different types of player. Although, what I would say is, this is actually should tell you everything, right? So, if you can see this bit down here, Ndoye has played, what's that? 12 appearances, but let's just, yeah. There is exclamation mark tactics. He has an XA of 2.69, right? Vida, on the other hand, has played less games than him, if I recall. Oh no, he's played 12 games as well, but he has an XA of 6.01. So Vida is just more creative. He just creates better chances for opponents. He's got very unlucky with the number of assists he's got this year, but that's not on him. That's on the players taking the chances that he creates. So they're different types of players. The thing I think that sets Vida apart is his agility and balance. He really does have that. His dribbling ability is decent. Like, if you compare his dribbling of, 12 to Ndoye, who I believe is slightly lower, 10. However, that doesn't account for the fact that he's got double the number of dribbles per game. I think that his agility and balance being so much higher is what accounts for that extra dribbling stat anyway. Yeah, they're different types of players, so that's good. He's also got 2 caps for Senegal, though, although I think that was already the case, was it not? So yeah, that's the situation there. But I just feel like our defence is not, the centre-back part of it especially, is not quite it yet. So what I did is, before stream, I went through and did a bit of manual scouting. So I went through, literally, and did the old school thing where I just set it to centre-backs between the ages of 16 and 23, and then used my old filters, you know, not filters, the viewer that I used to use. Can one play 2 right wing back? Well, technically, yes, Jim. You could, because you could use one in the wing back spot and one, if you're Jurgen Klopp listening right now, in the wing back spot. So yeah, no. Although you could have one invert. What about a wing back and an inverted wing back on the same side? So one goes inside and one goes down the line. That would be a really fun, once the season's kind of dead kind of idea to try out, perhaps. Along with some Octo-Trek madness, because I do want to rebuild the Octo-Trek for FN24. Particularly after I saw what James was up to in the, I think it was James, in the Cup. It's very Season 18, isn't it? Do you know what, James? That's the thing. I wonder if you just... I feel like there's something there. Or both sides would be fascinating, yeah. Oh, you say the league? Of course you do. To be fair, that's a hell of a tactic. So yeah, what I did, I went through and I scouted like 50 different... I'll show you what I did, actually, literally. I just went to our scouting centre, players in range, just set it to literally defenders between the ages of 15 and 23 who were interested, used my filters, set it by tackling, heading, marking, and then just kind of went through and scouted anybody that looked vaguely decent. Although, while we're here, I also noticed while I was going through here, a surprising amount of contract and amateur players were popping up. Which makes me think that in amongst this scouting, we might be able to pick up some absolute tentpole merchant freebies for the rest of the league while we're here. So it's kind of a bit of both. Yeah, I think it could... Look, we've got a space here. Let me just show you what I mean. Right? Copy... Gee, which one should I really rename one of these. So that's the opposite side one. So what you would do is you'd have that, then that, then that. You don't really need a halfback anymore. And then you'd have inverted wing-back there, probably on support, so that they don't go too far forward, but they sit in that middle role. Then you do inverted wing-back... Wait, yeah, hang on. Yeah, wing-back could support that side. Then you have both of these two set to wing-back normal on attack. Just your usual kind of vibes. Then... So they're walking down the wing. They'd be occupying this spot, which means you'd have to almost get these guys further forward, in a way. So I'd probably put him as a mez on attack. What do you reckon? Do you reckon that could work? It's a 4-4-2 with extra steps, yeah. White playmakers. What, just to make sure they're really in the way? Invert fullbacks who's attacking the centre back, two liberos up in the midfield, and two experts to keep the wall. That's not an awful idea, actually. So you reckon inverted fullback then, they'd have to stay on defence, which makes sense, and then switch to double libero instead. So that way they move into midfield, they shuffle there, they go forward, and these two are then out of their way. It's so dumb and I love it. I kind of want to try it in a league game today just for the funnies. But we've got Dortmund first, so let's ignore that. I have a horrible feeling this might actually not be too awful, but we'll try that. Should we actually watch a league game today and try this out? Just because if we lose the game, it happens, right? We can always switch it. Looks ridiculous. Yes, it does. Neutral Normie, thank you for the 18 months.
Keep up the great content. Thanks, Smile.
This is intriguing. Yeah, probably don't do this against Dortmund, but I'm curious. Obviously, we'll have a look at instructions and stuff. I still think the instructions might actually be... There is a cup game, actually, against Melilla here, later in stream. That might be a perfect testing ground, actually, because it's not too close to a Champions League game either. Beat Dortmund... Oh, yeah, we beat Dortmund anyway. We beat them in our sleep. Two halfbacks in front. Oh, yeah, no, the halfback... That's why we have a halfback in our tactics, so that he and the libero can switch over. But we didn't want to overdo it, he says. Hello, Marvel Racer. Okay. Intriguing. That's very intriguing. Okay. Right, so, while those scout reports are coming through, for all those 50 centre-backs, because there was some in there that actually looked really quite decent from what I could see, which is admittedly not very much. Especially a couple of guys from Colombia who I think might have got a little bit scouted when we did some of the amateur stuff before, but they weren't amateur players. They were just really cheap. So I think we could find some absolute bangers today. Some of them are like 22, so they need to have like better tent poles in order for us to be signing a complete player. But I reckon we could find some good fodder for the league anyway, because match engine players are kind of useful for other teams as well. Right, Dortmund. So, couple of problems. The first of that being that Kamga's injured. And obviously this is not the lineup. So Kamga is not going to be able to play today, which means it's going to be a Fifi Longello. Disappointment, I realise, but there's not a lot we can really do about that. The rest of the team is fine. Bernd has also had an injury, and he is really not in a shape to play this game. Hello, Rickers. Hope you're well today. I also went through and had a look at contract situation of players. We actually don't have many expiring contracts in there this year. There's a couple of players that are loaned out, but I'll sort that out in a bit. And the only other player I think I gave a contract to, fuck, who was it? It was Boiling Fanny. He's the only one that was up at the end of the season. So that was nice. I have offered him a new deal. He hasn't actually got it yet. So Ndoye might actually have to start this game, because I have promised him that he's going to play a little bit more, and he kind of needs to anyway because it's Dortmund, so it's slightly better. Earning money via Europe, rid of player sales. You might have to. There's other ways you can do it, but you should just be able to move money across. It's weird that you've got you've got wage budget available, but the game is not letting you move it. That's really strange. Hello, Mando. Right. Yeah, that'll have to do. I have also dropped Vida's playing time down by 1 notch, so he's no longer a star player, which is going to help us a little bit. Wow, what a cool like set of nationalities in there. Didn't Rierson score against us last time we played Dortmund? I feel like... Did we play Dortmund last season and just get absolutely hammered? Have I got the right tactic on? Yes, I do. Cool. Wait. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Cooper,
your thoughts? It was very good. Like, I was worried that it was going to turn into an absolute mess when there was a crash on lap 9. But that was just Brad Keselowski doing Brad Keselowski things, unfortunately. Not Vontic. Oh, dear. Thank you so much for the follow. But then it kind of settled down. That huge one, though, with 9 to go was scary. Shame that it didn't get to finish like properly under green, but that's just the same as last year, really, wasn't it? Which is probably why I'm so tired, because I stayed up so late to watch the damn thing. Brad being Brad, yeah, he just pushes too hard, too early, and like particularly with someone like Nemechek, who's, you know... I see the Mason Holgate tackle. Did you see people saying it wasn't a red card? Now, I must admit, I was watching the game after stream on Sunday, and when I first saw it, like, in real time, the actual initial incident happened, I thought he got the ball, as did the commentator, and then I saw the replay and went, oh my fucking god. Because I suppose you could argue that technically he did get the ball. Irrelevant. It was unbelievable. Right. It was, tackle is a strong word, I would say, in many ways. Oh, we're going to see them walk through the wall. They do like a bit of that. I said, Wazowski. It was Mike Wazowski. To be fair to Ahmed Hodzic, I don't believe he'd seen any kind of replay of it, so he just was going by what he saw on the pitch, which he may not have seen it properly. At that point, it's like, maybe don't say anything, but yeah. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But if he's seen a replay, then he's deluded. Here they come, walking through the wall. The worst replay. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where people just kind of run with it. I don't think it was malicious. I just think it was absolutely ridiculous to have that little control over yourself when tackling like that. I feel like he could have won that ball very easily without having to go in at such aggression, and would have prevented any kind of potential injuries to people, right? Aiton, thank you so much for the Prime. That's really kind of you. Welcome aboard. But so, yeah, I mean, God, Brighton were... Once, it was weird, actually, because Brighton got those 2 early goals, and I thought, oh, this is going to be like the Newcastle game again, right? And then they seemed to, like, lose a lot of their way in that game. But then Sheffield United just kind of gave up again. Well, maybe gave up. They were probably just very tired from playing with 10 men for the entire game. It's the same exact portal. Yes, you are correct. This is not a bad start from us, you know. Considering we lost 3-0 to Dortmund last year. Also, PSV Eindhoven, are you okay, lads? Well played. Bayern, slightly better than last year. They do be looking quite awful, don't they? Sit back. Yeah, what changed, Kaka? Because those 3 goals in the last few minutes, like, Brighton seemed to just break them down. Wow, we are truly boring teams to tears in Europe. Not a single first half highlight. This isn't the first time we've done this in Europe, is it? Although I'm actually kind of liking our defensive fortitude in Europe now. It feels like against bigger teams, we can kind of bore them around a little bit. Don't mind a bit of that. Oh, well, welcome aboard. That's really welcome. Really nice of you to join us today. We're going to make them hate coming here. We'll still probably lose. Yeah, before I just realised I'm accidentally playing the 4 wing-back shot tactic. Yeah, I mean, they've obviously had... It's obviously been like long-range efforts that we've not really had any trouble with. But we've not really offered much ourselves. But if we took a 0-0 draw against Dortmund, I would... Oh my god, surely not. Longello. Melbourne has missed the target. Oh my god, that was the chance. That was the chance. And now we're going to lose. Probably lose like 2-0 now. Oh, as if, FM. Good. Get your music on. It's Classic FM time. Oh, I thought he saved that. I don't know how he didn't save that, honestly. Sirens 0, Dortmund 1. Melman has been so good this year. He's got 17 goals in 10 starts and 14 in the Champions League. How does he not get that? He does everything right except get the touch on it. Oh, mate, that's frustrating as fuck. Oh. Well, this is 2. Do you want to get back a bit, mate? You're clearly... Is he allowed to do that? Oh, this is going in as well, so I'm just going to sit there and drink my coffee. And what is he doing? How is that allowed? Burnt was nursing an injury, yeah. I don't know who that was, but I'm here for it. I hope it was Tony. Yeah, now Dortmund will just score a couple, unfortunately. Bit of John, maybe. Stan Hollis! Thank you for the 4 months.
Morning, Matto and El Chato.
Morning. Tony's been kind of poor today. Palacio's not had a good game either. Maybe a time for a bit of charge. Yeah, we are. Oh, actually, no. Gay could be quite a good option here. I feel like he has the potential to go quite deep with this. Maybe Vida. Maybe that little extra get the new tactic out. I don't trust it. Not yet. He did look like he was trying to Zaire it. He very much did. This game could have been so bloody different as well. Oh, now Melman's hurt himself as well. Good. Excellent. fantastical news. Actually, I'm going to bring on Avramovsky. I played him in the midweek game leading up to this because we obviously had to rest the squad. And he got a hat-trick in the league and actually looked quite decent. Oh, good. Here's the 2. So, Scotsman, thank you for the 25 months. Oh, hang on a minute. Breakaway chance. Come on. Avramovsky is not a quick man, but apparently he is a quick man. Hello. If we could have some support, that would be just lovely. That is not even a bad pass because now we've actually managed to retain possession. Still only 1-0. Like, just give us an opening here. Jar Jar. I don't think we deserve something out of this game. We've not really been... Oh, bloody hell. Right, come on, get a foot in. Oh, no. We are about to concede off of our own counter-attack, I think. That's the most frustrating... It's a proper misuse of the ball there. Like, we had the ball in a great position, and we've completely squandered the opportunity, and are now 2-0 down because of it. So bad. Well, there's the 2-0 I was expecting. This game felt like it was going a certain direction, and then it just didn't in the end. This is the speed. He's just done for pace. We do not have speed in centre-backs. In fact, we've not really got great defensive attributes in centre-backs either. They're very mid. I think it's definitely the most mid part of our team. Dortmund are the better side, obviously. They deserve the win. But I would say up until Melman misses that chance, it was a very even game in terms of nothing was happening whatsoever. And I do wonder if it could have been so different if Melman had actually stuck that one away. Dortmund are very good after all. Yeah, it's just frustrating to see us get such a brilliant counter-attacking opening and then just, like, run towards the ball, bud. Maybe just run towards the ball, and that way you don't get it intercepted like that. Dortmund did beat us 3-0 last season, so I assume they're going to do the same thing again. There it is. Cool. Cool. In the game this year, bit tricky happened by... Well, I mean, look at them in real life around the Switch. They are very much that, aren't they? Yeah, so that's deflected in off both him and the goalkeeper. I mean, I don't think the keeper can do much about that because of the deflection. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? What the f*** was that? So, it's back-to-back 3-0 defeats against Dortmund. Can't really complain about the result overall. It's just the way the goals were conceded is very much you're playing a large side in Champions League, isn't it? Ah, dear. So it was a penalty for a push. One of those just penalties that are just given. We then concede from our own counter-attack and then an own goal to go on top of it. Yeah, not ideal. We've had better games, I must say. Do you know what we were missing? Double wing-backs. Yeah, I think... I don't know if is it more encouraging or not. Brando Staffo, thank you for the follow. At least the last one, I think we just got played off the park. I suppose in a way, yeah, I suppose. It's better to get defeated like this than it is to be played off the park like we were last time. Because when we played Dortmund last year in Signal Iduna Park, we just got beaten straight up. They were just better than us. Not that they weren't in this game too, but like the goals were just them playing through us and stuff, whereas this one was just random FM nonsense. Otherwise, you're going to get that happen, right? Smuggling 12 play. Do you know what? It might be my next move. That could be the move. Oh, that's less than ideal, particularly as I think that means he might miss the next Champions League game as well. Fuck. It was all going so well. Change of team fluidity, team more flexible. That isn't really a thing anymore, is it, in FM? Like, they used to have a thing to do with, like, the fluidity. Now, it comes from, like, the instructions that you personally add to it. Rather... Because there used to genuinely be, like, a setting that you could change. Yeah, it's based on the roles in your team now, so... I guess use more fluid roles. That sounds really stupid, but I simply do not know because it's not something I ever look at when I'm looking at my teams because it's not something the game even really recognizes anymore. Second goalkeeper in, maybe. That would be a good idea, actually. If we could have Burnt and Richard, one side of the goal each, problem solved. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about fluidity. Worry more about, like, is the tactic working? Because if it is, then the fluidity sort of should come naturally with that, unless you're playing some really rigid, disciplined defensive tactic. So for example, right, if you're using things like be more disciplined, in theory, that should probably have less fluidity, I suppose. Although, in a way, you could have them be disciplined to quite fluid roles. So, I don't know. I think they got rid of it because it was really... Oh. I tried to send Matthew Side on a leadership course because he's got 14 leadership and I thought, oh, future captain perhaps? Border apparently not after that. Good players are getting bids from top league clubs that are getting upset and they're forcing a move. anywhere to keep them, long contracts, and then just saying no. It's literally a case of just say no. Upset them for a little bit, they'll come around eventually. Sometimes they won't, but most of the time they will. Still there, is it really? Whereabouts? As in, oh yeah, you're right, yeah. So yeah, we're actually quite structured, even though, sorry, yeah, my bad. I was looking over here. Am I blind? So, which is ironic, because I would consider ours to be quite a fluid style of play, but it is interesting, isn't it? How many defend, support, and attack rows you have? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's just, I think one of the reasons they moved it away from being so obvious is because it was just a bit confusing to people. Because it didn't really mean anything in the grand scheme. It's certainly not something I've thought about since it was sort of given less precedence in the game, I guess. No, we're still sharing with Hibernians at the moment because we're expanding the ground again. So I don't know if we would be playing our games at home were we actually in our own stadium, but we're sharing with Hibernians for every game at the moment because we're not done with this ground expansion. Crazy Town. Yeah, no, this is the weird thing about that, right? Crazy Town have Butterfly, but they also have this song, which is a completely different type of music, and I really liked this song. So strange that they made these two very disparate types of music, but yeah, absolute bop, this one. Right, I don't know if the centre-backs are going to start coming through yet. We'll have to have a look. If you start seeing some, like, 22, 23-year-olds, then you'll know that we were up to it, but I don't think we're quite there yet. I also randomly signed up a couple of cheap, like, players like this. In fact, he's one of them. Players like this, basically, who were, like, available for under 20 grand, possibly count as homegrown, had some okay attributes, and I thought, loan farm, right? So I've picked up a couple of those guys off stream, but they're mostly just clodders, I suppose. Right, get those guys. Oh, wow. That should give it nice and open. Oh, this is the San Marinese dude, isn't it? I mean, we're looking for a centre-back, right? No, you've declared for the Czech Republic. You silly, silly man. Oh, chat, I'm so disappointed. Matey boy he had loads of caps for San Marino. He was probably the best San Marinese player of a generation, arguably ever. And now he's decided, I am Czech now. Bro, I mean, he might get, that's the thing, he might actually get Czech caps. I don't even want him anymore now. Like, he's actually okay, but his San Marinesiness would have outweighed some of the negatives about him, like adaptability and things like that. And it maybe, let's just see, because he would actually talk to us now, wouldn't he? Do you know what? It's a low wage. If he's cheap enough, I'd still be tempted, you know, just because we are looking for centre-backs. Under $500,000. No, we have 10 million in transfer budget. I wonder if we could convince him to become San Marinese again. Or Maltese, even.
Good morning, Matt and chat.
Clay!
Smile.
How's it going? Thank you very much for the 7 months. Better I'd rip up his passport. Gotta get it first. Maybe it's part of the Rouge you said MRTE. Nope. Ah, dear. Doesn't sort the pace problem. True. Bear in mind, I was not saying that our defence was... that's always going to be an issue at this stage because, unfortunately, finding a defender that's got perfect temp poles and is fast at the level we're at is simply not happening. It simply isn't. Although, actually, no. That's not entirely true. I agree. I think... we want to see what some of the guys I scouted prior to stream. Because look, I'll just give you an idea of some of the guys I randomly, not randomly, it wasn't random at all. I literally went, look at the, oh no, that's their mental stats. And I can't use the view here. But point being, all of these guys from pretty much, well, you can see where the centre-backs start. These are all the players I had a little look at before stream today. And when I say look at, I went down the scouting list and then just went, oh, he's okay. Let me just add him in there. There's some really weird nationalities in here, including North Korean here. And just to give you an example, right? Look at this. Jumping reach could be the problem. In fact, yeah, jumping reach is a massive issue on him. But I was looking at just general tent polery. And he's not even quick. Point being, I'm sure we're going to find someone in here, or maybe a couple of them, that could make it happen for us, potentially. Yeah, there's loads of them. There was also a Haitian dude. There he is. Yep, this guy here. Simius. Now, bear in mind, I didn't actually go on their profiles. I was just looking at it on the scouting screen, so they might have other attributes that aren't that great. But I tell you, oh, wow, he's really weird. Either way, I'm sure we'll find a couple of guys in here that might be worth actually having a closer look at. It's nice to see, though, that all of a sudden, we are actually able to talk to some of these guys. Oh, he's an AP. Come on, please have good passing and vision. really dark injury prone. Okay, but do I want to spend over £1 million on him? Probably not. But we do need a Sangare replacement long term because Afifi's clearly maxed out. Longello is actually good. Like, I think we've short, ignoring the 3-star thing, he actually does have very good passing and vision, considering he's more of a Metzala type of player, but he's just not got the ceiling. That's the problem. He's basically as good as he's ever going to be, I would say. He's going to injure everyone and himself in the process. I think we'll be able to find some value. Like, as much as we have £10 million, I feel like looking for value is still important because a really expensive bad transfer could go catastrophic. Like, if we signed up this guy here, for example. Like, he's actually... Mentally, he's spectacular, although his work rate's not great. Pace, like, physicals-wise, he's actually really decent, considering he's 6 foot. Good tackling, marking, passing. Crossing's okay, but let's be honest, they'd want probably in the range of 3 to 4 million. They might honestly want 7 million for someone like him, and we're just not at that level yet. Good centre back. He could be, yeah. Jumping reach of 14, heading of 7, though, but then, as we know, Jim, that would be just a standard centre back this year, wouldn't it? Too late to start? No, it's never too late to start, right? The best time to start was yesterday. The second best time to start is today, and that kind of applies to everything. To get the skin, exclamation mark skin. Technicals are good until you look up. Yeah. Till it comes to the, like, running part. So there's Rubesh. He is a bit Rubesh, isn't he? A-rated, presumably just because of... Actually, I don't know. Ranikon Oliveira. He's a striker / winger who's got a release clause of £3 million, and yeah, that ain't us. Nadir Tamara, though. Another AP, go on. He feels like the sort of guy that could be more us. I don't... Oh, it's only... He's young, so I'll give him a break on the red consistency because he is young. Maxed out CA players. When someone wants them, honestly. Besides, I mean, a Messi would be a... Like, say you've got Prime Messi, he's a maxed out CA player. Would you sell him? Like, but I know what you mean. Players that have fallen down the pecking order. But the fact is, Longello hasn't fallen down the pecking order at the moment because we don't have the replacement there. They're the sort of players that I sell once they fall down the pecking order, and then there's actually interest from them from elsewhere, or else they'll just get released on a free a lot of the time. Thiago Mateus, thank you very much for the follow. Bring a game. That's a good point. Yeah, you could just bring a game over from 25. True. I don't mind Nadir Tamara here. Mentals are really solid. Passing and vision are okay. The red consistency is not an issue for me because he's 18. Although I wish it was... It's not even bright red, at least. It's like just above red. 5-star at this point. Because... Like, bear in mind, a 4-star player in our team is as good as Kamga and Lend. And I would argue that he's quite a good player. Like, in terms of his potential levels, anyway. And also, if they're cheap enough, loan farm. That's my thought process, anyway. Because not every player can be 5-star. We're starting to reach a point now where, actually, not all of them are becoming 5-star potential players, so we kind of have to, like, turn our attention elsewhere. And also, remember, sometimes the games just lie. The amount of players we've signed that have been like this and then actually come in and are like that. Now, sometimes it goes the other way, right? So, for example, say he was on, like, the 200 to 200,000 kind of area. I'd be tempted, honestly. That's the thing. The eye test with attributes is super important as well. Because the fact is, right, if they've got that level of potential, what I'm looking at, weirdly, this is the way my brain's currently working, right? I'm going, he's here, that's where the game thinks he could be. But his attributes right now are actually really nice and solid, meaning that how much is that worth in attributes? That's what I'm looking at. Because you could get a guy who's got 5-star potential, and you look at him and go, wow, he needs to improve a lot just to be average. And that's what I'm kind of thinking. Bit of a challenge. Oh, Christ, Josh. I have no idea. If you're looking for like a random challenge, I would suggest ! perchance. It's about whether the deal is right at the end of the day. Let's see if the deal is right. Wage is quite high. Breakthrough prospect at least, so he wouldn't expect a lot of playing time, and we can get that down. This will heavily depend on how much money they're after, pretty much. To me, if this is over 250, I'm probably not... maybe I'd stretch to 300. I wouldn't do 5. And even with installments, I feel like 500k is probably a bit much for him. You can get better for less, I would say, and I feel like we will. But it's always worth looking, because sometimes they do just go bottom end of that. I've actually had sometimes clubs ask for less money than the lowest end of the transfer value. Very rarely, admittedly, but it does happen. God, I wish we were looking out for other Maltese sides at this stage. But at the very least, we're up to 5.3 points on the year. We're still up to 24th on the year because we've gone above Czechia. I don't really want to overtake Norway this year. I'd much rather do another year in 24th because that will give us those extra early rounds to get more coefficient points. 6-3 loss to Newcastle is extraordinary. Yeah, I feel like we're starting to look at, and that's why I actually did some of my scouting today with the centre-backs, because I want to look at some tentpole merchants. Fofana is actually, he's getting there now. Like, I want to mould him into a striker that can play on the left side, because we don't have many left-footed strikers, and he's fast, or at least has good acceleration. His striker tempoles are getting there, but also, more importantly, he's training really well, which means that we're at least going to be able to hopefully get him up a little bit. I might actually get him over onto final third now for a little bit, since he's clearly working with things, and that will get us on that composure. I want to start getting his finishing and composure sort of neck and neck as they go up, but ideally composure slightly higher, just because I feel like it's slightly more important. I was looking at Melman's attributes again before stream. Man is just wonderful. Are they going to say no to this? Come on the board. We've got £42 million in the bank. Are you actually going to do this? There we go. I also asked them for a new affiliate club before stream, but they said no. They really haven't let us do any of that sort of stuff since, well, for a while. And this was a foreign one as well, but they're just not after it yet, which is a shame. Fofana could be the future, but remember what Ouattara's are like, right? I'm surprised. When I signed Ouattara, he was the kind of guy I signed purely based on his attributes, because at the time his potential was like, I think it was 3.5 stars, and he was like 3-star, 3.5. So I figured he's good now. I've also got him a new contract. He's good now, but he's not going to get that much better. But now that he's been here, turns out he was much better than we thought. Or rather, they seem to think he has a higher potential ceiling, and his attributes, I believe, have actually started improving. Oh my god, I didn't realize there was as much as that. Yeah, this is my point. Sometimes you've got to take a risk on a guy like this. And I say a risk. He was already going to be a good player for us. But the fact is, he could be a genuine worldie for us. The drop happened? No. We expect it at the end of this year. I suspect, anyway. But I just simply do not know. Sad to see it. Ferencváros disappointing us in multiple universes. Yeah, I always look at attributes. Actually, that's not true. I look at potential and CA first, because the only way that you can really narrow down anything a lot of the time is by looking at that, because otherwise you just have to look at every individual profile. However, this is why I feel like manual scouting, the way I did it before stream today, is actually quite useful, because it means you look at attributes first, albeit in a slightly more cursory glance, because obviously the ranges are huge. But I feel like we're going to find a couple of tentpole merchants today. Change my coach? Yeah, so that's why we always make sure that we've got, because obviously the player you're seeing now is being assessed by a coach and not a scout. So we always make sure that our coach with the best judging PA and CA is providing those reports at least. So it's trying to get a little bit there. Most up to date with that money. Yeah, so the database you see in the command is the one that I'm essentially playing on. So it's got the much more difficult money situation. Although, as you can see, we haven't found it too complex. But believe me, it would have been unwelcomely easy had we continued on the original one. Eskatushka, thank you very much for the follow. Gonzalo Perez. That's why with some of these ones, I'm actually now starting to get reports on just random guys like this, because you never know. I mean, he's actually not going to be it, but you never know, right? Spending away your player's value drop suddenly. I realise people in the VODs always make jokes about, oh, when's he going to talk about the player drop? But the fact is, we don't know why it happens, Einstein. And to the extent of 10x. So a £30 million player is worth 3 million. Sometimes more than that. As in, sometimes less. We have no idea why it happens, but it seems to occur in every league outside of the main ones. Hello, complete wingback John Montagno. Hang on a minute, chat. As a recruitment focus, just found an absolute banger. Now, obviously, I want to look at him properly, because obviously I do. That's insane. But yeah, basically, it seems to happen about 10 years, between 8 to, let's just say about 7 to 12 years into your save, when you're outside of the big leagues, pretty much. No idea why it happens. It's very frustrating, though. Even though, in this save, we hard-coded player values locked to reputation and CA. Apparently it still happens. I've not gone far enough in to see it. And hang on, just to clarify, people that are playing on this database that are further ahead of me, it has happened to you, right? So it's not just like, this one's going to be exempt from it because we've hard-coded some stuff. Reset mechanic. Yeah, but it resets in a really dumb way. Oh, it does. Okay, cool, yeah. Premier League or Serie A. No. It wouldn't happen in those leagues. Only in... I don't know what the highest... Actually, when it happened to you, chat, what league were you managing and where were you on the coefficients? I'm curious to know what the highest league it's happened to. Belgian search. No fruit yet, only season 2. Season 2 is probably a bit too early for it, Rob. I reckon it's most powerful seasons 3 to 6. 5 and 4 are when it's absolutely banging, but you might struggle with work permits, as you say, because Pompey, unfortunately. Using the original one does. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that wouldn't have been affected by that, because bear in mind, the reputation and player value change, that wasn't touched in the update. That was just the, no worries, Einstein. This is one of those things where we'll have to see. Because I get the report on. Loads of factors. I usually just go through their national team under-19 squads and see which clubs have got players in there, because it means I know they've got players coming through that are not only, means their youth intakes are full, and those players are good enough to get in their national team youth squads. The other thing I'm doing is when we get the recruitment focuses through, any decent players that come through, I immediately get a youth report on the club's youth team as well. So we're just slowly building them up over time. Get good enough, quick enough, it doesn't happen. Or no. It's not to do with like what league you're in as much as like the... Hang on. It's not because of the league you're in where it is now, it's where it starts. So basically any outside of the top leagues, you're just kind of fucked, it seems. Yeah. 2041 again in Slovenia, we're in top 7, there you go. Show the focuses. Exclamation mark RF. There's James's focuses. Season 132, so this is the season that's with us. How many scouts do we have? I think, should say, doesn't it? We have 14, which is not bad at this stage. Right, let's have a look at this guy. I can't drag this out any longer. Holy shit, he's actually good. Tackling's not even horrendous. Why are they always so short? I feel like every time we find a wingback like this, they're always minute. And he's fast. He can cross. He can dribble. His balance isn't great, but his agility is. Good, sweet Jesus. Chat, do you think he's worth just a straight up punt? Now, bear in mind, I do have it set in here to show... Oh, yes! I have it turned off of the, like, will they actually transfer to us, because it gives us more clubs to look at. We've got it, right? Oh. Marking's the only downside. Yeah, marking is bad, but that's because he's a complete... As in, that's the reason the game thinks he's a complete wing-back. Whack him on defensive positioning. If he's got the right personality, he'll get that up real quick. Jehon. He could be our second Jehon. Right, come on. Yes! Breakthrough prospect, wage is fine. I'd literally pay 800 grand just to... Yeah. Jump twice as hard as someone with one jumping reach. I don't believe it does, but in my head I'd like that to be the case. You know? I wish that were the case. Right. Like, I'd pay full value for him, but... Oh, wow, they actually do want us to pay full value for him. And you know what? I'm going to do it. We might get massively let down here, but I'm willing to do it because I just feel like there might be something there. These are the kind of guys I really like. Like, he's 18 and he's already 2.5 stars in. Now, he's probably not going to have the full potential here because there's so many white stars in there. He might just be a guy... I rarely want to take an 800 grand risk on a player we haven't fully scouted, but sometimes, man, it's just fun to just go for... Hello. Oh, you're at Heronveen. Although you are a centre-back, so... Oh, hello! Yunus El Amrani. Low aggression, but 18 jumping reach. Defensive tempos are a little sus, but he is also a Moroccan international. Damn. Let me just scout. Oh, I already am scouting. Hang on. I wonder if I've started scouting him because he might have showed up on my... when I was doing the search before stream. So he might just come through those reports. Okay. Nice. Okay, we like that. Incredibly interested. Good to know. Plus, when he joins us... Sorry, once we agree this, hopefully, we'll get a lot more information about him straight off the bat anyway. Mick the Brick, thank you very much for the 3 months. Hope you've had a fantastic Tuesday. It doesn't feel like a Tuesday to me, and I don't know why. I think it's just because I was really up late watching NASCAR last night, and it always feels like a Monday or even a Sunday. I want to try and get... Oh, fuck, no. I want to try to get as long a contract as I can on him. Please let me do... Okay, 5 is not ideal, but it'll do. I'm also going to whack on a larger signing on fee because I feel like that does make an impact. There we go. 5 years is good. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping to watch the Xfinity race beforehand, and then I tuned in and they were like, oh, it's actually going to be after the NASCAR race. I was like, well, damn it, man. I wanted to see how SVG would go. I think he came 12th in the end, which is not bad. Willie Bow, thank you for the follow. Xfinity was good. I didn't watch the Xfinity because it was just too late for me, but I don't think the 500 was that bad. I was disappointed Ross didn't win, but once he got through that massive crash with 9 laps to go, I thought, right, this is his now. He can actually pull this off, and then fucking bins it, literally covered to the white flag. Classic. Matt Foot Trading, thank you for the follow. Sunday Show, please.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
That was really delayed, that wasn't it? And Wobble Killer, thank you for the follow. A Samurai Nissan. Oh, right. I thought you meant in my save. That would have been insane. But fair play. That's actually genuinely amazing.
Fiona!
And Josh with the follow. All the follows all of a sudden. Ah, there we go. He's dropped lack of football concern. Nice. That means Patreon regens. Back you come. Got to get them back in again. One of these days we'll see a wanted symbol on them. It's crazy to me, right? Because Honorato, for example, is like a legitimately good player. But hence why he's A- rated. Like, he's an actually decent player. You're off to Budapest tomorrow? No way! That's dope. I'm off to Malta at the end of the week. I'm looking forward to that. Still have to work out where the game is on Saturday. That's something I do need to definitely find out. Why don't we sign Honorato? Because he wants like 9 grand a week. Because he was released by Juventus. So he's not worth 9 grand a week to be off. Like, he's good, but he's not our... He wouldn't start for us. He probably wouldn't even be a backup to us. It would be handy to know, yeah. It's going good, Willie. It's genuinely, other than the Dortmund result, we seem to have found a couple of absolute banging players, which is always nice. Well, I say that. We've taken a massive 800k punt on a player we don't have scouted. Anything nice planned? The plan is basically... Because obviously, you know, with me dragging Pog with me, I don't want it to just be like, oh, this is all work stuff, because that's not fun for her. So it's basically a case of, I've said to her, right, look, we're going to the game on Saturday. Once I find out where it is, I'll ask Andrea. And obviously I'm hoping to record content there because we get the stuff for that, provided nothing goes wrong. So we should have a video out of that. But after that, I said to her, like, right, let's actually go and see the island. You know, let's go and do stuff. Let's go to the old city. Let's do all that kind of stuff. If you find out when it is, well, you know. There's a limited number of places it could be, Adam. And even if I'm really, like, even if I find out on the morning, the great thing about Malta is it's not very big. I'll just drive. I suspect, from what I've been told, it's probably going to happen in the smaller stadium that's at Tal Ali. So, like, the not national team stadium, but right there. FM Analysis, thank you very much for the 7 months. Yeah, I'll just drive around eventually. I'll run into the match, Adam. Malta's the size of the Eastwick Mall. We can walk to Valletta from here. Big blue pitch on the maps, literally. What a result that is. Valletta with the 6 goals. Also, that's a loanee. Are you a loanee as well? No, you're not, but you're quite good. 22 and 30. Yeah, that's the biggest stadium, but from what Andrea said to me, that the game is not being played in the national team stadium. So I assume, yeah, that's the one thing I do know, that the game is not in the national team stadium. And as far as I'm aware, the Sirens' home ground isn't up to standard to play in BOV games. So I assume it will be in that other... I don't know. I'll DM Andrea after stream, because I do need to find that out. Right, Toshin. Do I... No. We'll try out the new tactical idea against Melika in the cup game. Have we got a Europa League? Oh, no, we got... Oh, shit, we're playing Newcastle, aren't we? Yeah, we can go full strength here. Well, full strength-ish. Because we're going to have to rotate a little bit. I'm going to play Vida for this game, I think. And then we'll do Ndoye for the next one. Fanet Libero? You know what? Fuck it. We can probably get through with that. Tycoon 2. Not yet, Lotsa. We came very close. Ironically, actually, the team we're playing right now were very close to a proper Tycoon takeover last season. Like an actual good one. Not like a silly boy one. But on the bench, because he's injured still. He's just come back from injury. Tactical shenanigans. Yeah. Google says in the that's weird, because Andrea literally told me that it wasn't. He said to me, it's a shame that it's not. But apparently, apparently there's another stadium that's like right next to it. That's like a smaller version. Most loans for me. I believe it's Hamrin or Hibernian. And the first team in the... Oh, God, no. Unfortunately, with the with Malta's youth rating being so low and the quality of players at the club at the beginning, it made it very difficult to keep anyone from the start of the save at this stage to still make any kind of progression because there's just no potential level there, sadly. MFA Centurion Stadium. Is that like the... in Tal Ali. Yeah, that's the one. So that's the one next to the big ground, isn't it? Okay, that's good to know. Logello's been suspended. We've also dropped points there, which is concerning. So it is in Tal Ali, but not that one. Right, okay, that makes sense. Okay, fair enough. I know where to go then, at least. Is that in Valletta? Not that it really matters, but... I was hoping because I saw where the Sirens Stadium was on the map. And I was like, oh, mate, I could just walk. But no, we'll have to drive into town then. Other side. Oh, really? So whereabouts is it, then? Who the hell? It's in a Tard. Oh, okay. Okay, at least we can't lose the... Oh, yes, we can. Well, if they win by enough. 15-minute cab, right? That's right, I've got a car. I'll, we've got a car when we're there, so to make sure that this exact sort of thing couldn't catch us out. And it was really cheap. Southside nice car. Oh, shit, they've actually done a bloody good job there, haven't they? Belkebla's settled in really nicely there. Mario Madrid scoring as well. Floriana, considering how good I thought they were going to be, have not done that at all so far. It'll be fine. But yeah, so that's the plan, basically. Do that and then spend the rest of the time just enjoying the country, basically. That was the plan. That way Pog gets a little mini break, you know? As a thank you for coming with me on my little adventure. Oh, so we're into Venezuela now. All right, then. Interesting. I'm kind of hoping our man... Oh, there he is. I was going to say, I'm kind of hoping our man actually accepts this contract. And, well, what does he do? He goes and accepts the contract. Oh, is this the thing? Let's see. Oh. No results found. Well, let's just... That's Mallorca, Matt, you moron. How have I forgotten where Malta is? There we go. We're doing it the hard way. Matt just forgets where Malta is. So it's in a Tard, which is up here. Oh, so it's got to be up here, right? So that's the stadium. Oh, it's there. Oh, I see. So National Team Stadium, so it's just outside the National Team Stadium, basically. Fair enough. Yeah, so that's not too far from Supports Bay. It's just up here. So just come down this road here, basically, all the way through. Easy. Failed by geography there, chat. The airport in, where is it? It's down here in Luta. Yeah. Oh, you can't see it. Look at the size of the airport. It's actually wild. Miss it and you end up in Gozo. Like, bit of geoguessr there. Yeah. Speaking of that, so Pog and I had like a joint mental health day yesterday because she was off work and I was like, right, I need to sort myself out a little bit. So we decided to go for a walk, like a proper, you know, getting my steps in kind of walk. I've decided to try and get 10k steps in a day. I know that the number's irrelevant, but just to get some fresh air, help my brain out and just get some extra steps in. And we decided to go for a walk up amongst the fields yesterday. Somehow took a wrong turn in the middle of the walk. And suddenly I was like, this doesn't feel like a sort of... You know when you're walking in the fields and stuff, and it's like, oh, this feels like a well-trodden track. And all of a sudden you're like, this doesn't feel like that anymore. This feels like I'm just in a field. So we just kept walking, following the side of the field. And eventually I saw this massive house, and I was like, well, that's a massive house, you might say. Then I started to think to myself, this doesn't feel like a place where I should be walking. So we kept on walking. And eventually, I saw this bridge, and I was like, oh, God, I've just realised where we are. So there's this massive, like, private estate, like, a few miles away from my house. Like, enormous, like, fucking ginormous place, basically. And somehow we ended up walking through the back of the property, and it's obviously a very private property with, like, a gatehouse and all this sort of shit. Just trace, yeah, basically. And so we got to the bottom of this field, and I was like, right, either we trace our way back through and that, but it was like a good couple of miles, or we make a break for the bridge and try and run through the gate in the gatehouse before anyone sees us. So just a little bit of casual recreational trespassery there from Pog and I yesterday. That got the heart rate going. Let me tell you, I suddenly felt like fucking GeoWizard. Luckily, no one saw, so it was all good. But I was like, ooh, it was a bit squeaky for a minute. Right, let's have a look at older Jehon. Bit of Montano. Because we should get most of his... I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little disappointed. And that's why you don't always... Punts aren't always the best way of going about things. I think he's still fine, but he's not... You know, he's not really on the greatest side of a lot of those things. But oh well, you live and learn, right? Loan farmable, I think he might still have the potential. He's underwhelming, yeah. But, to be fair, we weren't even in a transfer window. I could have just waited. But sometimes, you know, you just want your toy now, right? Jar Jar developing concerns. The national... Oh yeah, by the way, Jar Jar's now Maltese. So, now he's going to complain about not getting the Malta setup. Should get more playing time. What is your squad status, Judge? Impact sub. And you've come off the bench 5... You've actually started 3 games this season and made 5 substitute appearances. If that isn't impact sub, what is? Curious. I can understand... I don't know how that's surplus to requirements, by the way. If you've made 3 starts and 5 substitute appearances this season, in what way are you surplus to requirements? But also, why is his expectation a fringe player when he literally hasn't agreed to that? Why does the game do that? It's so strange when it's like, my expectations are higher than the thing I've agreed to. Why? That's your fault then. Don't agree to it. Where's the option for a loan? Or is this another one of these menus where they give you 1,000 options that all say the same fucking thing? Oh, hang on. So what's he on now then? Fringe player. Oh, is fringe player below impact sub? So then why was he complaining? Anyway, is he transfer listed? Yes, because he's part of the loan farm in theory. He's essentially complaining that maybe he was playing too much. Maybe that's what it is, chat. Man was like, I'm not supposed to be playing as much of this. Are you sure you want to put me in the team, boss? I understand. Destroyers. Love that. People always talk about the strongest and blooming. Everyone always forgets about destroyers of Bolivia. Why can't I... Oh, I'm already on their page. They've got a tiger on their badge, chat. Looking too good for the multinational team. Aha, here we go. Here's the centre-backs. Right. A lot of injuries in there, but there must be some freebies in here too, which we might be able to pick up. Okay. Definitely some interesting players in here. I actually am going to scout these guys all the way through, because I want to get a proper idea about them before we completely disregard them. And then we'll actually have a proper look through some of these guys. Some of them are clearly not up to it. People like this guy here, who's got jumping reach, can't head football, hasn't got any pace. Sleeper Wanderers, they were actually relegated last season, unfortunately, and are not even doing that well in the second tier. Guy at Corona Kielce. Let's just... Yeah, we'll start with the worst ones. Build it up, right? Yeah, Williamis. He was one of the ones that stood out to me when I was scouting. That name really stands out. I assume I didn't have him fully scouted there, which is why he's gone around again. But if I recall, he was one of the ones, when I looked at the bare attributes that I could see, he looked decent. I just realised not all of these guys actually are centre-backs. That they're some of the other players from before. Okay. Just 22, no potential. Probably doesn't have enough to be what we're looking for. Good starts. Oh, really? Yeah, he was one of the ones I thought looked kind of decent. Ah, this is the North Korean guy I was just looking at. See, defensively, pure temp poles. I'll play it for example because you're asking too much and you ask them to come up with an even larger number. Yes! Or, the best one is where it's really high level and they say, what's a reasonable amount? And you say 48.9 million or whatever. And they say, no, I won't do it for, I won't go for anything more than 48.8 million. And you're like, it's 100k. Why are we arguing about this? So in a hotel. Oh, right. No way. Is it near the shopping centre? He's the kind of guy that if he's actually cheap enough, he's probably a loan farm guy. He is literally a tent pole. A tent pole. Not on that wage. That's the other issue with the 22 to 23-year-old kind of players is that they're going to want that kind of money, and we just don't have that kind of cash to knock around for those kind of players. Abdullah Amine. See, that's what I mean? Like, okay. He's on £110 a week. Wait, is he a Sassuolo or just a Sassuolo knockoff? Oh, hang on a minute. Love this badge, by the way. I've not seen like a Sassuolo knockoff before. That's dope. In before, that was their badge long before Sassuolo. But either way, he might be more... Now, to me, I'd have to pay less than 100k. No, just yeah, no. Oh, hang on. He's completely free. New Zealander. Chat, I'd like to introduce you to the slowest man in the world. But he's brave, he's aggressive, he can head, he can mark, he can tackle, he can position, and he's Kiwi. He is just so unbelievably slow. And yet, I kind of want him. If he's, like, willing to... Youngster, good. Provided the wage isn't so ridiculous. £900 a week. Okay, we're going to have to discuss this, Cam. I don't see him getting New Zealand... Ooh. I kind of just want to see. Hi, he'd have to play the very, very, very deep. Yeah, he's just full on no nonsense. But he's the kind of guy that might actually work out for another Maltese side. I reckon he could kill it for someone like Zuri. Yeah, he's not the fastest, is he? He's one of the ones when I saw him in the list. I saw, like, what... Obviously, I didn't know what he was fully like here. But I looked at him and thought, oh, he could be really decent because he was an amateur contract. But unfortunately, I couldn't see the acceleration or the pace. And he's 6'5". Chat, what do you reckon the over-under is on his name being Mohammed? Right, it just feels... It had to be, didn't it, really? And again, like, way too expensive. And a huge amount of wage. But, yeah. Nildo? £1.9 million release clause. Actually quite solid. Wow, the least aggressive man that's ever played centre-back in the history of the world. There's another El Shazli. 22. No jumping reach. No heading ability. Yeah, oh God. He's not quite the second coming. Slima's nickname is Tashilin. So they're doing that tax stealing, you know? Ah, dear. Luckily, I scouted 50 of these guys, so there should be at least a couple of workable options in here. Maybe not him, though. And again, with an... Oh, God. Tell you what, right? If he's just got, like, 11 heading, I would say he would have been a really nice option. Maybe the release clause is a little high, as he clearly doesn't have the ceiling, but he's just not it either, is he? David Bello. Right. Wow, he's quite expensive. Can play DM. Oh. They've all got, like, that one thing wrong with them. They really are, James. It is literally that. He's got 2 Venezuela caps. Christ. He can even head. Good tackling, marking, can play DM if we need him to. But that jumping reach. Like, we don't need any more DMs. And the wages would probably be quite high. Yeah. I mean, if obviously he was great, I'd give him 5k. He ain't, though. Costa Rican chap. Would have to be spectacular for me to even... He's very no-nonsense as well. Go through the Champions League. We are in the Champions League phase, yeah. Sorry, the big group, as it were. He's actually all right. I think the thing with him... And bear in mind, we're looking at like guys for us rather than loan farmers right now, so he's just not it. Although, I'm intrigued by the Heronveen guy that we looked at earlier, though. Who obviously was part of this set. Palacio is just the best everything. Like, as a centre-back, he can do it because he's 6 foot tall, has 15 jumping reach. Like, when you look at his actual... Other than his tackling, like, he's decent. He, on the other hand, he's so interesting. Green consistency, 6'4", jumping reach, not the slowest, aggressive, brave, concentration levels are good, tackling's amazing. He's 23, so we got to bear that in mind. Did he want like 12 grand a week? Oh, yeah, I'm not giving him 12 grand a week. That would put him on like double our highest paid player. And we simply can't afford to give a player that kind of money. There's a lot of no-nonsense. And I think the reason there's a lot of no-nonsense players showing up here is because obviously I was looking at tackling, marking, and heading as the 3 temp poles, which a player that's got those 3 things is going to be no-nonsense unless they have the other stuff around it, which a lot of these guys probably won't. He looks to be too expensive. Oh, wow. He's already got a Chile cap. Yeah, he wants 12 grand. 12 grand a week is a lot for him, I would say. I guess it's because of the international caps. He's quite nice as well, because he's not the slowest. He's got 17 jumping reach, 6'4", good he's kind of like the same player in many ways. The wages look okay. Yeah, the issue with him, I think, could be the money. The actual cost of the transfer. I love that they consider him a wide centre-back, too, because of that. Why is it that they consider him wide? Is it because he's got okay dribbling and his pace? Right, let's see. See, that's sort of like mid-first team kind of wage for us now, so I'd be okay with that. Particularly if we drop it a little bit more. My concern is that they might want like £2 million. I'm trying to think what would be reasonable. I feel like I wouldn't pay over £1 million. And he has had a hip injury as well. That was 4 years ago. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to pay more than £1 million. I'd rather pay about $750 for him. Dirt Road Racing. Is there? No way! Get Christopher Bell out there. You're right. They'll probably ask for like £2 million, and I'm not paying £2 million. I feel like, to me, this is a case of we can just get better for cheaper. Particularly as he's 22. I'm not having that. He just isn't quite there. And we've got so many of these guys to look through that I'm not super bothered if he ain't the one. Because bear in mind as well, we're going in reverse order. So these guys, in theory, should be better. Appearance for installments, yeah, but even so, that will still only take it down to like £1 million. And I'm not paying £1 million for him. Like, it's... I know I said I'd pay a max of £1 million, but honestly, now that I look at it, I think there's just better guys. Bear in mind, I'm doing this in reverse order. So actually, these guys, in theory, should be better. 2 guys at Vojvodina, although neither of them are centre-backs. In fact... these 2 here are the ones I'm most intrigued by, but we'll just quickly check out Jose Sierra as well. He is expiring, although he might have a clause in his contract. He could be a good loan farmer. Oh, wrong button. Ah, no. They'll just extend his contract. We have to check that. Yeah, these guys are also younger too. Right, Cruz Azul. Advanced playmaker with 9 passing... I mean, he's only 17, but... I'm not so sure about him either. Ooh, cool club. Algerian, Hamuchi. Right sided. Oh, dear, no. Absolutely not. He might be... he won't talk to us because he's not old enough. Right, what about you? Wing back left. Okay. 6'3". Can you play centre-back? I love that. He has better heading than most of the centre-backs we've just come across. Has 0 off the ball as well, which makes me think that actually... he's a much better centre-back than he is a... like, look. Positioning's kind of naff, but you can work on that. He's a much better centre-back than he is a wing-back by any means. He's 6'3", can actually head a ball. Composure would need a lot of work. Certainly wouldn't want him being the libero, let's put it that way. Let's see. Bracery... actually, what squad status even is that? Yeah, he's in the new system. That's annoying. I was thinking if they wanted somewhere in the middle, like your 350s, I'd have been tempted, but not at 700,000. You, though... oh, you're a winger. You're a winger, Harry. Oh, he's actually quite... I mean, completely irrelevant for what we're looking at right now, but he's actually not bad. As a pure out-and-out winger, he's randy on the wing. Very weak left foot as well. Can barely even stand up. No nonsense wingback, literally. If he was like much cheap, actually, let's just check. If he was much cheaper, I'd be tempted as a loan farmer. So say he's around about this kind of price, then yeah, no, not £1 million. One of these days, these are the exact type of players that will pay £1 million for like that, but we only have 10 million in budget, and obviously, yeah, I don't want to be financially irresponsible with it. Right, Marjanovic. 6'6", Serbian centre-back. He's kind of, other than the heading ability, but he does have potential, at least. 6'6", good on both feet, 14 jumping reach. But again, 8 heading. Not the quickest. No agent either, which is a pain. Is he worth that? That left back. Well, bear in mind he's half the price. And we probably can, actually. If you can remember his name. Was it this guy? Nenad Stremats. We just set up centre-back role. Yeah, you can see basically the other guy's just better. And also this is the guy from Herenveen who I think could be him. Like, if he'd actually talked to us, I think he could be him. Even if he does cost like upwards of 2 million. He's got the defensive leathering a lot more, but the winger isn't going to play centre back for us, and that's what we're looking for. 18 jumping reach, not the slowest, really solid physicals, lacks a little bit in some of his mentals. Like, if they're just... I'd pay upwards of 1.5. And I think like this might actually be a lie. And even if it isn't, right, a 4-star centre-back would be the best centre-back in our team. The wages would need to be... Wages are fine. Good. What's the personality? Yeah, resolute personality as well, which means we're going to get good training out of him. We can get him working on... Oh, God, what could we work him on? We might even put him on aerial, just to get his bravery up, not his heading, because it just doesn't work. So, as an example, Inter Lignon has been on heading training now, with training well, for 3 years, and he's gained 0 points of heading ability. So it feels like he can't even really be trained properly. 1 cap. Because Morocco, right? That's surprising, actually, yeah. I wonder if he's got higher CA than we think he does. Quickness, maybe, but I found that quickness doesn't really work, and they just complain about it a lot. It's one of those ones I've never actually seen do anything. Fake AFCON. It could be, yeah. Is that only for domestic players, though? And he's playing at Herenveen. Right, come on. Please don't want, like, £4 million. Give me 1.5. Asking you should receive. I would actually pay 1.5 for him, but I will structure it. I'll give you $1 million. Followed by 600,000 just to give it a bit of... I think that's actually a good piece of business. I like him. I think the future for him is bright. So it's possible. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I think maybe it was just his training wasn't great. He might be didn't have the right personality. I've just noticed that it's nowhere near as effective of certain other individual focuses that you can do. Like, for example, defensive positioning is goated. So is final third and attacking movement. Those 3 seem to give you insane gains if you get them on the right player. Like, for example, with Melman. Yeah, I like him. I like him. The wages look decent. We've got to be careful about his... The one problem we might have is getting a decent contract on him here. I don't want to do that, just in case. Oh, we could do a 10-game international one. Like, give him 3k if he gets 10 international caps, because he probably will. And I'm okay with that if he's going to become a starting player for us. I'm also going to whack the signing on fee up, because... What's 60 grand when you're paying 1.5 million, right? Okay, so I love it when they just take all of the things that you've added, but then give you none of the things that you actually want. Like, they don't even negotiate on it. They just go, no, I'm definitely keeping all the extra money, but I feel like they need to work a little bit on the negotiation side of FM, particularly with the contracts. Like, fair enough, you want the original thing, but then you should have to remove some of the things I've offered you. There we go. Wait. The only thing I changed was bumping his signing on fee up a little bit. All right, we'll take it. Yeah, I've noticed that this level, the agent fees are not particularly large, and I don't think they make as much difference as the signing on fees. I like him. Hey, Dan, we're doing okay. We're just looking for some new centre-back talent, because I feel like that's an area of our squad. What the fuck? Biff B. Molek with the 10 gifted subs? What's going on? Thank you, Biff. That's insanely kind of you, my friend. Wow. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the database look up there. I'll quickly put that on the screen and we can... Tornado. Holy God. Oh, they got a feeder club too. Did anyone else just see that Ainsley Maitland-Niles was without a club? That's insane, Biff. Hope you're well. That, again, very, very unnecessary, but I'm extremely grateful. Right. Yeah, I'll definitely try them. Absolutely. Might as well scout them. You never know, right? Boggy Balls, thank you for the 8 months. Your Thursday is wonderful. 34-year-old Ainsley Maitland-Niles. Oh, could this be the Hakim Ziyech of this save? Watch him turn down the trial. I could totally see him doing that. 11 wonders? Sound like conservative himself. Well, it's just because I'm trying to get better at being appreciative, but at the same time, I don't feel like I deserve it, so it's difficult to show how very much I appreciate it, because I really, really do. Oh, he's agreed. Do you know what? I think you're right, Vaughan. We should have a little look at that, just for the funnies. Because I've already done this scouting now, so we can clear this. I scouted like 50 guys. So all I want is... Oh, no, we do want transfer, because otherwise they're not going to join us on trial, are they? So, contract status is... Is it unattached we want, or expired? Because... Yeah, it's unattached, isn't it? And then we want to use the amateur filter. Where's it gone? There it is. World rep. Kingsley Coman, Samuel Lukonga, Mila Rashika, Cengiz Under, Nathan Ake, Tujay Saleta Sarr, Banza Heap scored against us for Timothy Castagna, Anthony Alanga. Wait, he's not even that old, is he? 29. Harry Winks. I'm literally just clicking on any player whose name I personally... Kenny Tete! Philip Billing. Bailey Peacock Farrell. Jeremy Boga. Wow, that's a cut. That is not a cutback. Jairo Wiedewald. Marquinhos. Might just go back up in a second and have a look at some of the ones at the very top again. Well, that fell off quite hard, didn't it? Lyndon Dykes. It was presumably not the Marquinhos. It would be the other one. Yeah, I'm going to go back up and do some of the other ones towards the top now. Leon... Oh, he's 35. Gonçalves. Szymanski and Dow. Is that enough players? 21. I'll do those guys for the moment. I mean, not that any of them are going to join Maltese clubs, but imagine. Imagine if they did. We're just not at that level. Might be a filter by World Rep angle. That's what I was doing. I had it sorted by World Rep. Ooh. Oh, he's at Al Nasser on £825,000 a week. 40... Wait, hang on a minute. So Gyökeres went to Real Madrid for 72... Oh my god, Coventry City. Coventry City just made out like bandits on that deal. Don't they have like a 20% sell-on or something? Holy. And he did well at Real as well. Then 45 million to Al Ahly. And now Al Nasser. He might have been on even more Al Ahly. 15%. Either way, 15% of £72 million. That's like fucking 10 million quid. Well, 10.3 million, I think. No, yeah. Roughly about 10.3 million, I think. Are they actually all saying yes? Holy, yeah, Holy just sounds like a another North Korean player that we try to sign. I love that they're all saying yes to this. I'm a little bit surprised, if I'm honest. Do you reckon any of them might be bad enough to the point where they'd actually play for like a Maltese side? Just get Nathan Ake. Yeah, I wonder if he's actually any good. That'd be good for the memes, honestly. I'd be totally tempted to do that if he was actually good. Was 1 star. Yeah, it's disappointing, isn't it? Kingsley Coman is 2 stars in our team. Maximovic is actually not awful. I mean, he is 36. Lyndon Dykes, I mean, he wasn't that good to begin with, no offence. Scored some banging goals. Jairo Wiedewald is better. Kenny Tete, I bet he's lost all the pace, though. Oh, Kenny. Nathan Ake. I mean, anyone fancy a bit of Nathan Ake for a little bit? I know he's got no physical ability, but his mentals and his technique. Now, it would depend on his wage demand. Has he not even got an agent? He doesn't even have an agent. Nathan's just doing it himself. All right. What are we saying? Squad player? All right. We have no idea of his estimated wage because... £9 grand. No. I'm not giving him 9 grand a week. I know we could have got it down a little bit, but not by much. He's not 9 grand a week good. If he was like 5, I'd have maybe stretched to it just for the memes, but not 9 grand a week. Particularly as the other players would have then gone, oh, I want 9 grand a week. That's a shame. We could always Phil Foden him, though. Banza, Philip Billing. How good are Gonçalves' attributes? Have we got to Gonçalves? Oh, we did. Surprisingly mid, actually. Like, those technicals are really not very good at all. He must... I've never seen... Wow. I was on for him. You just keep trialing him. He's really not that good, is he? What about Elanga? Oh my god. He's fucking awful. Like, he's genuinely awful. How are his technicals that bad? Is there like a new thing where your technicals fall off incredibly badly this year or something? That's wow, Harry Winks. Oh, now Harry Winks on the other hand. What about Harry Winks as an AP if he's cheap enough? Ever good? Well, played in the Premier League. I just figured that that alone in FM would be like, you know, decent attributes across the board, like solid. Oh. Okay, is this a new thing where they just... Sweet, Richard Osman.
Winter can get very depressing.
Oh, I was thinking Richard Osman. Titch, grimy favourite, thank you for the follow. So he has a agent, but we can't discuss anything with his agent. Hello, Slugs. Squad player. Please, just, if it's 6 or 7, I'm even tempted, Harry. Come on. 10. Harry, have you 10 caps? That's so annoying that he's got 10 caps, because I could have hit him with the old 10 cap clause, but he's got exactly 10 claps. Oh, Harry. I still might be able to Foden him, potentially. Saleta Sarr, Marquinhos. Sambi Lukonga. Oh, hang on a minute. Sambi Lukonga. I'm good, Titch. How are you, my friend? Sambi Lukonga. Very solid. Like, actually very nice. But I mean, I think that means, as you say, he's going to want an obscene amount of money. Literally 16 to 20k. Why are you here, Sambi? What do you think I'm doing? Do I know FIFA? Not personally, no. Never met him. Asani and Dow, I don't... Tell you what, like, attribute-wise, it's actually pretty solid. Passing's actually... Yeah. EFC the game. I'm aware of it. But this is not that. So don't worry. Rashika. I'm still curious about Winks and Ake. I reckon we could Phil Foden them. Potentially. They're just on the crest of potentially, especially Ake. How was he looking? Not very good, if I recall. It wasn't like 1 star. No, it wasn't even like half a star. Oh, wait, I've gone too far now, haven't I? They're on the crust, chat. Let me tell you. Where is he? Fuck me, man. Getting my big boy glasses on 1 sec, chat. Was it before these? There he is. Yeah, he's not it, is he? It's annoying, actually, because wingback, but 34-year-old wingback, not quite the same, is it? Ah, dear. It isn't United Boy. Contrary to popular belief, this is not that. Ah, dear. I still feel like Winks might be attainable. We need a Montiel. Yeah, remember who was that centre-back that we thought was going to be Montiel and then he just simply wasn't? And I don't think he even plays for us any... Oh, it was Carrera. Like, whatever happened to Carrera? I thought he was going to be the... It's good. I thought he was going to be the guy. One day I want to see us on here. That's never going to happen, is it? What a good type centre-back you scouted. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, we are scouting centre-backs, yes. But if they were a Wonderkid, I would have probably already signed them up, you know? But we're getting there, right? We're just trying to find somebody. Well, I've scouted a whole group of them. Surely there's going to be 1 or 2 decent ones in there. Just got to give it a chance. And to be fair, that guy from Herenveen, I think is actually really good. So we'll see. International manager in Europe. Okay, so we did this the other day, and it's not going to have changed since then. But at least we have a new way of showing it that's way quicker. Because you can do it from this screen. And it'll actually show you not just Europe, but the entire world. But like I said, we literally did this like less than a week ago, so the changes are... There's not going to have been an international tournament since 2 streams ago. But yeah, these are the world the entire world's management right now. And I don't think they've yeah, I remember the name Subdara. I don't suspect it's changed at all since then. Recruitment function. We could. James, you're speaking silliness now. I do like your funny words, Magic Man, but I'm not sure. Do you remember the one we set up for a striker? Do you remember how many strikers that found us? I'll wait. We can try. I mean, I'm not opposed to it just for the funnies, because imagine if it worked, right? What I'm searching. Watching a stream, enjoy the game they play. Well, sometimes, United boys, sometimes. Check the squad plan. Oh, don't tempt me with a good time. Yeah, I'm not sure there's been any changes, really. It's a shame you can't see, like, international manager movements would be kind of cool. Find a similar player. Yeah, we could set up a... To be fair, Infernal, I don't know if you've seen this, but I did actually set up a mentoring group. Like, I actually have a mentoring group, and so far, all it's done is negative things to the players I put in it, and give things to the players that are supposed to be influencing the group and not the others. So far, that's all that's happened from it. Like, there've been several developments from it, none of them good. I'll actually refund your points for this, because I feel like I haven't actually shown you much there, really, because there's just not a lot to show. Oh, and the other reason we had to do it like this, by the way, is you can no longer scroll down on each national team page directly to actually show the manager screen, because FM's weird, so we have to do it like that now, and it's super annoying. So Hakim Ziyech is actually a... Oh, I mean, at that point, are you a coach? You might as well be calling yourself a bus with that level of ability. Like... Great working with youngsters, just not at teaching them anything, I suppose. Hire him? For what? What's he going to do? Be the tea lady? He's absolutely abysmal. That's such a shame as well. What was I going to check? I've literally... Oh. Thank you, Rob. Could manager... Maybe. Mascot, tea lady, one of those things. Completely correct. Look, let's have a check-in on the mentoring group, shall we? So far, the only traits that have occurred on players have come from other players that shouldn't be gaining any kind of significance. Except now these guys are starting to get influence, which is annoying, so we'll have to check out that. But the point is, these guys are still supposed to be getting significant influence from the group, and they're just not. But oh well. 1.3 million pounds. Nice. We take... Oh god, as I say that, mentoring month in... Right then, chat, what amazing nonsense is going to befall us this month? Which of them has now learned overhead kicks despite none of them having that trait? Right. Okay. What actually have nothing to do with any of the players in the mentoring group? Picked up some mixed personality traits. Right. Focused on his craft and approach with professionalism. Good. More focused on his game. Slight. That's actually not awful. I think that has actually slightly changed Henry Watara. That means his professionalism has increased, which as if he could get more professional. Like, he's already training amazingly. This makes me think that we might... That's... You know what? That actually might be the first piece of positive news we've had from this. The entire squad in one mentoring. Do you reckon that's kind of what happens by default, Jim? Like, when you've not got any set up, it just kind of does that, essentially? Any traits ever? Yeah, if I feel like I need them, but I don't like training specific traits on players a lot of the time, because then what if I change my mind about the tactical style, right? Most of the time I just leave it. Hans has got Wisniewski on internet kicks. Overhead kicks. Oh, so we're getting Yunus Al-Rami, at least. Sorry, Amrani. I like him. I think he's definitely the best centre-back we found so far today. I think he's definitely on that sort of level. Fakir. Nabil Fakir is manager unemployed. Not a horrendous manager. I mean, he's not good enough to manage in Malta yet. It's a shame we can't trial coaches. Just bring him in for the memes. Matt and I likes mentor. Oh, no. I still despise it with every fibre of my being. But it is at the least... That's the first slightly positive result we've had from it so far. It has now been a year, though, so I'm not expecting much. How regard, we'll have to wait for him to be released. Oh, I forgot about Cam McGlinky. I mean, he's not amazing, is he? Bournemouth, Sheffield United, he's been... Oh, wow. One guy was significant, others have been known. Yeah, so I think that was how I originally tried to set it up, but then the problem is their squad statuses have started giving them more influence again. Brahim Diaz plays for someone really weird in this save, doesn't he? Yeah. Brahim Diaz plays for Mulder in this save, because he played against us for Mulder in the Champions League qualifiers a few years ago. And Wasn't very good, if I remember correctly. It's like learning Spanish in Malta. Oh, maybe he's just doing a bit of Duolingo, you know? Very solid. I mean, I loved Brahim Diaz at MTK. He was actually unironically fabulous for us during that save. Part of that, there was him and there was another guy we got from Real Madrid, and I can't remember his bloody name. He was a winger, if I recall. Those two absolutely killed it. Sign him. There's no point, really. We don't use the role where... Malero, yeah, Alberto Malero was fantastic. Bradley Barcola is at Al-Wada on £80,000 a week. That's relatively low, actually. He's only 29. Oh, my God, he's been there for like... That's so disappointing. Was even Villarreal? Oh, you're right, he was, wasn't he? That's disappointing, though. It's like, why do this, Bradley? He must have been like 24 when he left. Not got a single France cap either. Not saying I'm even surprised, really. Like playing a proper league. Silly man. Deary me. And Malero. Malero should still be playing, right? Alberto Malero. Las Palmas. There he is. God, he's good, isn't he? 35 grand a week. Oh, he was so fun. I feel like the one thing about this save, we are going to miss out on those type of signings because we're not going to be able to get good enough, quick enough to actually be able to pick any of those guys up. That is the one, well, of many, oh, wow, of downsides. Yeah, he was part Cuban on the other save too. But I think, in fact, he declared for Cuba, did he not, in the MTK save? Because he never got Hungarian citizenship, if I recall. Olisa. Probably at, wow. That surprises me. He's still at Palace. £160,000 a week. No England caps. 12 goals and 11 assists. 14 Man of the Match awards in the Championship is actually outrageous. I mean, he's still very good. Although, I must admit, I was expecting him to be better than that, actually, honestly. But life goes on, I suppose. Bonaire. Not really sure what I can show you about Bonaire other than their national team. Oh, they've got a Maltese dude. Milan Blanken. Oh, I'm glad we did this now. Can I click him? There we go. Yeah, has 45 caps for Bonaire. Probably not likely to declare for Malta anytime soon since he's already got his 45 national team caps. Oh, there's a guy Dingley as well. Sifmar Santiago. Love that. Any more? I love just looking at a random Bonaire national team and seeing two players playing in Malta out of it. Just good news. Baturina. I'm assuming you mean this guy here. Holy, he's good. Who's he wanted by Bayern? Of course. He is absolutely unbelievable. Just no two ways about it. He's fucking outrageous. He's only just moved. Well, I say just moved. Actually, no, he hasn't just moved. He's been there for ages. But £25 million from Dino. That's a lot for Dino. I know they've occasionally had that happen, but to Kirchham of a guy as well. Wow. That's an oddly large amount of the Maltese, of the Bonaire national team that are playing in Malta. I wonder if there's any nationalities that don't have a player playing in Malta at this stage, right? Right, we have to rotate for the Cameroon game, which is a little bit concerning, but we've got Newcastle coming up, so needs must. Kamar Cuthbert, we could do Kamar Cuthbert. Cameron Lend is absolutely not starting this. We'll put Goreev in. Wow. Lignon, do I really want Lignon starting in this game? Why does he count as a youth prospect either? We'll put in Dimitriou. Playing Doy. Yeah, but I guess if I don't need to... Actually, we might as well, because Vida's going to play the next game anyway, isn't he? So we might as well play Ndoy for this one. No Burt in goal. Well, to be fair, with Burt in goal, we kind of do need to bring him in at some point to get some fitness back. And it's not like he's going to lose, like, shot. He's not going to lose, like, OPC because he's a goalkeeper. So he'll be fine. I do want to build that match fitness up a little bit. Right. I have a horrible feeling we might lose this. But needs must. We'll get the goal. We'll get the score lines back later in the season. Particularly away from home. I reckon we lose this 3-0. I love that Philip Billing is pleased to see Inter's Lignon back in the lineup, as if he has any idea who that is. 0-0. Okay. Lucic sent off against us. We'll take a draw. Goodyear have gone top. At least we didn't lose to Hamron. That's the main thing. It's no points dropped to them, technically. As if you're getting that. £7 grand a week. Well then, okay, cool. You're still not getting a new contract. As if you're going to get $7,000 a week. Your contract's up at the end of the season, you melon. Like, why would I give you $7,000 a week? Bye-bye. Developer concerns. Are you? And now he sacks his agent. So I ask him to sack his agent. He says no. I then don't do the contract talk, and then he sacks his agent. All domestic games. For the most part, yes, because Europe's just more important at this stage, and the league is somewhat more of a foregone conclusion. Not entirely. As you've just seen, because we are actually resting players for those matches. I'll discuss the contract with him. Phil deserve a new contract. Now consider a member of the first team squad. You're absolutely not. Like, in no way are you that. Where's the target one? Reach my targets. How can you have already reached your targets when there haven't been any? Obviously, he's not going to get one, and I have zero desire to give him one anyway, because he's leaving at the end of the season. Yeah, I've just literally called his bluff, and now he's feeling a bit silly about it, right? Dilly, man. Oh, damn. Under 23. Wow, that's actually quite surprising. Our under 23 squad, we've got a plus 21 goal difference, and then we just go and lose. Random. Right. The thing is, we're going to comfortably lose to Newcastle anyway, but you never know. Are we away from... Yeah, we're also away from home. Wait, did I see another takeover? I swear I just saw something about Tarshin again. Face possible takeover. Supporters trust. Oh. No. No supporters trust. Give me Tycoon, damn it. Ooh. That'll be fine. I can't believe they turned down the Tycoon. That would have been so much fun. For them to actually have that. Follow up my interest in Samuel Lukonga. I will not. Unless he's decided that he doesn't want $20,000 a week again. Nope. In fact, it's 19.5. Yeah, Goodyear are actually top. See what the Newcastle team's looking like these days. Good, sweet Christ. Wait, they've got Ahmed Hodzic in there? Okay, so if we commit a red card in this game, he's going to at least be on our team. Smith Rowe? Jonathan David? Noel Hunt? Wait. Oh, it's a reach. I was like, what? The guy that used to play for Reading? That actually threw me as well. In Premier League years, because Liverpool in the Premier League years had a player called Curtis Jones, and there was a split second where I thought that it was the Curtis Jones. Turns out in this case he was a goalkeeper, so it wasn't him, but I got very concerned that it was like a 45-year-old Curtis Jones. Big thing, yeah. We've actually only played one Champions League game so far, which was an annoying defeat to Dortmund, but we have picked up a couple of interesting players. One of them was a bit disappointing. The other one, I'm hoping could be a centre-back for us for quite a while. Hesperange, ooh. So I wonder what type of Tycoon it is, because in the last few saves, we've had some annoying types of Tycoons. The ones that come in but don't actually invest that much money. Whereas the one that was interested in Tarshin was a front-end, we're going to splash cash type of Tycoon. Ooh, Zakaria? Personality might be quite decent. Billy Connolly, is it? Oh yeah, there's always a Billy Connolly knocking about in there. Picture with a Fifi. You've started 4 games this season. Regular star. I mean, yeah, you're not a regular star, unfortunately. Why does it always ask my assistant and not?
Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
Don't be so ridiculous. Well, then. No intentions of leaving. Standard. All right, well, then stick around. Stick around and shut up. One Ring King. Thank you for the follow. Back in Tycoon. Yes, there is. It's actually, I think there's front end, back end, and underwriter, I believe. Actually, there might be another type. I believe there's 3 different designations of Tycoon. Who's done the best out on loaner rate? Wow, Albert Alfred's already got 7 in 10. One thing as well I've noticed is that you'll notice that all the loans we're getting out, for the most part, are actually playing. Like, even the Hamroon ones, except for Malik Keita, everyone else is still getting game time. Oh my god, Mega Patriots now with the 5 gifted. What's this again? Thank you so much, man. That's so very, very kind of you, friend. But you can see genuinely that the loans are all, for the most part, all playing. Especially the Zabar ones, other than the some of the affiliate ones, which is good news. Sugar Daddy, I think there's one called Underwriter as well. Throwing a UEL playoff game to drop into the USEL, potentially get more longer term benefits. I personally don't like throwing games in the European, so I just kind of let whatever happens. But at the end of the day, it's a single player game. It's your save. I feel like you probably will gain more for playing in the Conference League, yeah, because you better win more games in theory. But seriously, New England Patriots, thank you so much for that, and also I hope you're having a lovely Tuesday. Right, Newcastle. We should be nice and fresh for this game, though. Melbourne's not quite... No, Melbourne can't start. We'll have to put Ouattara as the threat, but Fofana can play up front here, which is not bad. Camera and Lend, just not a chance in hell. It's going to be the same... Actually, yeah, we'll do the same pairing. With Longel obviously in there. Palacio Sunday, Basala, Jorgensen, Lignon, and then Burnt in goal. I feel like he's ready to come back in now. Because this won't go away unless we actually start playing him more. Yeah, I saw that on TikTok that Besiktas had terminated a player for having a Tinder account. No dating allowed. You'll be very, very lonely, apparently. Yeah, morale is good. This is a hiding to nothing, isn't it? Look at the team that Newcastle have put. Oliver Dovan. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. English-Nigerian goalkeeper came through in Sweden. Fair play. Isn't Ndoye new? Not that new, no. Wait, is he starting? Oh, no. He came in last January, I think. Very, very excellent player, though. Just using the club for... Well, I mean, that's slightly different, isn't it? Right. I'm going to pee, which, since this month's streams are brought to us by the British Heart Foundation, we get to learn a bit about CPR for a bit, chat. So I'm going to try and rush back so I can not be out of breath this time and not need CPR myself. So yeah, time to learn a little bit about CPR. I'll be back in about 3 minutes' time, chat.
My cardiac arrest. Literally all I remember was running down a football pitch and then just everything goes black. I believe the ability to perform CPR is a crucial thing that people should learn. I believe that the Reviver app is a really simple and easy way to learn CPR, and a new skill that could potentially save someone's life. It's just incredible.
Minute on this one, then we switch it. All right, hold it there, gents. Right, boys, great session, okay? Today, there's a bit of a surprise for you, so it's not gonna be your ordinary training session.
How you doing, man? How are you doing? Graham Sinnes. Hi, guys. How are you? I'm an ambassador for the British Heart Foundation. And at the age of 33, I was diagnosed with coronary artery disease, which led me to have a triple bypass operation. So I'm here to talk to you today about CPR. The British Heart Foundation have devised this course, Reviver. It's 15 minutes long and it may save a life. Maybe one of you will perform CPR on someone and save a life. All you need is a pillow and a phone. Come on, let's do it. Let's go.
I'm going to tell you how to give basic life support.
You're going to come across someone with heart issues in your life.
I've never done it before, so...
It's 15 minutes of your time.
If you get this palm onto it and force this back down. Good man.
Yeah, more or less to a second.
Is the patient breathing?
No, they're not breathing.
You got it. Well done. Well, did we learn anything?
Yeah. Yes.
When you go home and you have a quiet moment, please have a look at it. You may just save a life one day. In just 15 minutes, the length of a half-time, you can learn the skill so important it could save someone's life. Before I go, every one of you is going to have a pair of these shin pads, and on the back, it'll tell you how to do CPR. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah.
Hello, chat. I have returned, and this time I'm not out of breath. Always a positive sign. But I brought Beppis. But no, seriously, that's why I wanted to partner. Well, that's why when BHF reached out to me, I was like, this is definitely something to get involved in, basically. Because it really is quite a simple thing to learn. Just takes a little bit. Well, it doesn't even take that long. It takes 15 minutes to do. So there you go. There's a random like chatbot thing that's going through, so you'll see the links for that as well. There's also a panel below the stream. But now, a bit of Beppis. Lovely. Hello, Hov. Now we can get to some Newcastle action. Oh. Let's go. Safer. Yeah, these days, yeah. He just plays more, and I think it's that jumping reach that he gives us. Whereas Safer, he's okay. They're all just okay. That's the That's why we're on the lookout for more centre backs, basically, just to find a guy that's actually going to do the job for us. What the hell? I'm trying to run over a cable. Excuse me. Small Penis Foundation. Well, that's next month. Half. That's all about March. I thought I'd do it for the birthday month. Ah, dear. Let's see. Yeah, there was actually supposed to be slightly more to the sort of collaboration, except that there's this cool takeover thing they're doing where the streams will all like cut out at a certain time, but I wasn't live during those times, so I couldn't get involved in that. But I still want to massively get involved. But I was like, yeah, well, I wasn't going to charge them for it. Like, I figured if I have this platform, I'm very picky about companies and stuff I work with, and charities too. But this seemed like one of those ones that there's just no downside to it. It's just a good cause that's going to help people. They're not even like trying to raise money out of this. This is just about awareness. Hello, Adrian. Witness us playing Newcastle. Yeah, a little bit. Also, we found a guy called El Shazly earlier. Right. Let's go. Staying alive. Yes. There used to be an advert in the UK with that exact concept for it. No, he was actually playing for a club called Zed. I think it's cool that he's involved in something like that. Right. I mean, this is just... We are going to get spanked here, aren't we? This feels a bit like that Juve game last year where they're just going to be better than us over 90 minutes and probably just run out like 3-0 winners in the end. Hopefully it's not any more than that. Illich's throw. Good save, Burnt. That was actually a ridiculously good stop. Also, I'm assuming building work is going on here at St James's Park. 3 minutes of me spinning my meter around where you spin me around. Well, I'd do it for 10 grand. Maybe. Maybe that was too low. Maybe I've undershot that there. The whole thing would have to be censored anyway. I must admit, Smith Rowe is one of those players that I've always wanted to do a career resurrection on. But the issue I always find with Smith Rowe is that even when he doesn't play, he's listed by the club, but it's Arsenal. They always list him for like way too much money, and then he just never moves. They always want like £35 million as we already lose. we already lose pretty much, yeah. So that started poorly. What the fuck is the Sirens? It's a football team, and that football team just happens to be the one we're managing. Put that price down with loopholes. You're going to write it off in tax. How does that not hit our player there? This is going to be a long night. It just is. Also, I love that Newcastle are still behind us, even though they're beating us here. They're actually still going to be behind. Wait, no, they can't be because we're down to 4 points now, aren't we? Oh, come on. New update? No, not as far as I know. I imagine they'll have probably tweeted about it if it was, right? Or like posted about it, I guess. It's usually out March kind of time. That was a good finish, but it's like, really? Is that the kind of goal we're going to concede here? Like, just somebody stick a leg out. There's about 8 billion people in the way. And to be fair, that's probably what unsights the goalkeeper. So 2-0. They're just much better than we are. Just play Graham Souness again. See how many goals down we are by the time he comes back. Okay. Burned is going to have a long afternoon, I would suspect. They must be doing a lot of extension work at St James's Park. Either that, or this is just what the game thinks their stadium is like. I don't know. I've not actually witnessed a game at Newcastle in FM for a long time. Like, Newcastle were never really a botherer of the Champions League on my MTK save at all. So it's kind of weird that we're even playing against them here. Oh, God. It's 3. I think that one's still going to get given. Oh, it's not. Okay. I still think randomly we're going to score a goal in this game. But it's try to keep the scoreline down type of game. They're just very good. Although, I say that, they've not even started that well. They will probably be slightly stronger, true. God, look at this. See, we're still trying to play it out from the back, though. Look at the space for Palacio. This is more like it, lads. Show them what you're made of. Use a bit of that speed. Go on. Oh, actually, wait. Go on, Palacio. Go on, Palacio. Go on, Palacio. Go on, no. Yeah, they were last year, but they didn't have the players yet on last year's game. They had some players, but it wasn't quite as complete as it is now. So they had loads of money, but FM, as you know, when FM gives a team a load of money, it doesn't always really guarantee much success. But they obviously were better, but they never used to be a Champions League team in last year's game for us. It was always like Europa League, sometimes not even Conference League, in fact. Right, cleared away. Oh, no. Right, come on. Oh, wow. That's... Oh. I see the new set-piece coach just did a great job. They had nobody left forward. Isaac, will he keep that in? Oh, nice catch. Okay. Well, at least we created an opening there. It was just annoying that it fell to our left wing-back. God, look at us. We're so brave playing out from the back at St. There's a fine line, chat, between bravery and stupidity. What was he doing? Like, who is this to? Jewel? Like, which of the 3 players were you aiming that at? So brave, stunning and brave from us there. We are going down with our ship, it would seem. Like, there's 3 players he could have passed that to, and he's chosen neither of them. Dick would have been there. Dick would have been... That would have been a surprise if Dick was even in that position, but... 3-0 down, honestly, I wouldn't say it feels harsh. It just feels like we've been way better than them. Yeah, we're sticking to the plan, exactly. Trust the process. That does feel, again, a little bit like high reps. Like, just have us pass the ball to them, at least. Have him intercept it, at least. Like, we don't need to just give it to them. We've actually created a decent amount of XG in this game, considering who we're up against. You're right, we are sort of short of a dodgy red card and maybe a penalty at some point. They've not created that high of an XG off of the sheer number of shots they've had. We're still, yeah, I feel like we're a little bit harsh to be 3-0 down. I'm going to bring Melman on for a little run out. Bit of John. Wow, Jorgensen's been appalling, which is ironic because it wasn't even him that gave the ball away for that. I love that Longello didn't even seem to be punished for that obvious mistake leading to a goal. But now I'm going to punish him by taking him off. Vida's been okay, but Ndoye now maybe... Palacio, other than that one shit, fuck it, we're going to do it all. Many points as last year. We've actually got more coefficient points than last year already. We have 1 less point in the Champions League than we got in the whole of last year, which was 5. But we've still got a chance to make that happen, I feel like. The biggest disappointment for me was the Fenerbahce. Was it Fenerbahce? Where we drew 2-2 in a game we absolutely dominated. We then won at Celtic Park as well. Hello, chance for a goal back, maybe? Go on, Ndoye. They're just going to let him all the way through and he's going to shoot, isn't he? Oh... I feel like we should have had a goal in this game. We've not been 3-0 bad in general. That goal that we conceded was obviously appalling, but we've had 2 golden openings, honestly. Oh, that's nice. Bit of energy. John Guerrero. Through he comes. John Guerrero! Off the bar this time. Yeah, so we are very much, a little bit of repery. A little bit of rep rollery going on here. This has not actually been even that bad. Like, creatively, it's just not been capable of finishing our chances. Still above Man United and Man City, though. Not above Bayern, unfortunately. Like, I'm just looking at the stats of this. I'm fairly content with our performance in that side of things. I don't think we were 3-0 bad. That goal alone might have been 3-0 bad, but... Yeah. I think they have played 1 less game than us, in fairness. This could have easily been a 2-1, yeah. We had 2 really good chances in that game, but unfortunately they both fell to wing-backs, who, and against a much better goalkeeper as well. Oh, I'm still disappointed by that Fenerbahce draw. Like, if we didn't have that, we'd be sat on 6 points right now and just chilling, knowing that we just need a couple little points here or there to make some stuff happen for us, but was not to be. We do still have, though, Dinamo Zagreb away, Villarreal at home, and Spurs at home. Those are games where I feel like there's draws or something in there for us that can actually propel us a little bit further along. Like we drew against Spurs and Villarreal last year. Wow, I just realised how many games we've played. We played against Dortmund, Spurs and Villarreal in the Champions League last season. Give me some variety, FM. Jeez. Yeah, Villarreal were... Yeah, they were, but we got a draw against them. So, I'm judging by what we've already done against them. Mukhtar's got it. Aqua. Oh, they sometimes have some good players. And this year's no different. In fact, there's 3 of them there. All under the age of 9, all under the age of 20. Might be worth a look, particularly with... Oh, the heading a bit. Look at it. He's so good, but can't head a football. Such is life. What's that? You're a centre back. Well, we don't want you to be a header ball. That would be silly. Right. Scoop all of these guys around for another go. Was that Williamis back in there again? No, this must be another batch. Unless he was in the other batch that's now extensive, potentially. No, he must still be going round. Okay. Wow, there's some proper crap in here, isn't there? Vitalis Bongole. Just no physical ability. Ugandan international. Heading's actually not awful, but he unfortunately is not great. Dom Stewart of Inter Miami would want moon money wages as well. And he's another no-nonsense guy. Again, he's not awful, but I'm not paying him the kind of money he wants. What was that? 3.4k a week? Nah. Milad Alikhani. Iranian, again, huge. Better, actually. I don't mind a bit of him, but... Ooh, is that UA? Oh, he's going to be on huge money then if it's UA. Oh, no, it's Q8. Again, slow as fuck. 6 or 7 facing the game for 40 minutes. Yeah, no, that'll do it. It's our lad, yeah. Albert Muster. It's quite a lot of money from skin debut. Can't head a football. Well, he can. He's not as bad as the others, but still not great. What is... Oh, it's Thai guy. No, it just deleted the wrong dude. Fucking hell, FM. I swear sometimes it just changes which player you've got selected. Either that or I just clicked the wrong button. 800k, he would have to be godlike, and he's not. 5'10", no jumping reach. Damn it, man. Imad Soltu. Another Libyan. He's... it was 3-0 down in the end. Unfortunately, we just conceded 3 early goals and then missed a lot of chances. He's actually not horrendous. The jumping reach is the real big letdown for him. And I suspect that his wage demands are just... To me, they're just too much for what he is, which is not that good. Actually, if he could just jump a bit more. But he's not going to get there, is he? God damn it. Because other than that... Pinzamut, that's the guy. Right, cool. Yeah, it must be this. Oh, fucking hell, Matt. Right. Chompong Pinzamut. No. Pinzam Sutri. 5'6", 8 jumping reach. God, literally, if he just had a bit of jumping reach, he would be superb. Aye. Well, in fact, it's true, but, like, unfortunately, that doesn't matter now because we've actually had this point brought up before, Luxesian, but the issue is that's all well and good, but the game doesn't let you play around that concept, meaning that you essentially find yourself in a situation where you just have no players that can play with the ball in the air, and the fact is the ball is in the air a lot in FM because the match engine is designed around how football currently is and not how it will be. So yeah, that's the problem. If they make changes to make that make sense, then I'd be understanding of it, but unfortunately they don't, so it just kind of means you just get bad players in the end, and they do still get some good ones in there, which is the main thing. It's just about finding them is the issue. Christian Retamal, passing's alright, quite cheap. If his wage was alright, I think I'd consider him a loan farm option. £250 a week. For extra gems, we found... Well, we got the Heronveen guy who looks quite decent, and we've lost both games other than that 3-0. I think if he's under 100k... Oh. Do you know, I feel like I'd still pay 330. It's kind of either or, but I think he might be an okay loan farmer. Who's responsible for this? How is Saeed doing? I'll show you in a sec. Gonzalo Perez. He's just a bit meh, isn't he? Saeed seems to be developing. I would like to try and find him a loan, or just... I feel like... Oh, we're losing a bit of the potential now again. That's a shame. I still think, though, he looks like a very nicely well-rounded player. I'm not going to pretend that he's a worldie, but I think... Look at the pros as well. That alone makes him worth it for me. And the 6'5"-ness of him. If nothing else, I'm surprised he's not got any youth caps for Malta already. Surely he's better than most players in these Maltese youth teams, right? Unless they're all just like naturalised players at this point. But yeah, the value is very high, but that's just because this stage of the save. Anthony Gordon. Gordon Bleu. Who? Oh. Wait, surely he's... Am I spelling Anthony Gordon wrong? Is it Gordon? Gordon? Oh, has it not got the H in it? Ah, I misspelled it. Am I missing something? Has he retired? Anthony Gordon so horribly. Well, I mean, okay. Show me where he is then. Like, Newcastle transfer history. Yeah. Well, is that going to be there though? Because he signed for them before the save. Unless he's like a legend, maybe. No. Wait. But Emil Smith-Rowe is, chat. Emil Smith-Rowe is a Newcastle. No one else is, but Emil Smith-Rowe is. Oh, true. Yeah, being released or sales. True. Everton. But like I said, again, you can't see transfer history for before the save started, so it's irrelevant. But we can look at released players. Almiron. I'm just looking for any that... There he is, retired in 2029. So 2029. How old is Anthony Gordon in real life, chat? Because we're only talking like 5 years from now. Isn't he like 23? He'd be 28 years old. Damn, yeah, he must have just got released and then... How the fuck? That's wild. Okay, didn't expect that. He obviously maybe had a serious injury. We're just never going to be able to find out, are we? That's bizarre. Well, fringe player? Oh, £170 a week, I suppose. We'll push the boat out on you. He's got like Sweetie for 10 years written all over him. Cool. You are not having back on loan. Someone destroyed his leg. I suppose it can happen, but I feel like in this case, it's more likely that he just got released at the end of his contract and then just didn't find a club. As Man City dropped more points against Nice this time. It could be, Ollie, yeah. Although I feel like almost the existence of Saudi in the game this year actually kind of offsets that slightly, because all those players that do then end up with that problem just go straight to Saudi. So going good, Babspear. Found a couple. We're looking for centre. We're on the lookout for centre backs. So much so that we've even got a couple of players on trial that you wouldn't expect. We're trying to see if we can get Nathan Ake and Harry Winks in. How do you manage to break your leg 3 times at 16 in FM? Surely you wouldn't have enough chance to recover from the first leg break before you were 17 at that point, right? I don't know how that works. Isn't a broken leg in FM like minimum 6-7 months? Or are there like worse, minor fractures you can get? Shawnee boy, thank you very much for the 6 months. Well, as it turns out, you can actually see which leg or ankle it has occurred to. There's Real Virginia. Now, that's the thing. We don't really have that section because we were actually discussing this earlier, because we're just on the back end. Like, to give you an idea, Harry Winks is 35 years old. Because we've not managed to get good enough fast enough, which makes sense because we're obviously from Malta. Leg breaks on the same leg. I just don't understand how that could all happen before he's turned 17. But hey, fair enough. The sheer time for that to happen doesn't sound to make sense. Unless he was 50 when he came through, I suppose. Anyone interesting called up? John Dog Suck in there. Right. How is he in the Malta under-21s, but not Matthew Side? Like, he's not even in the Malta under-18s. Are we saying that he's worse? I mean, it's very strange. Like, give the man a call-up, damn it. He deserves it. Does it just take a while for them to, like, realise the player exists or something? Because that's what it feels like. Oh, new ones. Albeit PSG. Wow, that's a dreadful set of players. I guess we could scout Cadiz. But the others, not really worth it for us, right? We haven't had a chance to play it yet, Thomas, because we haven't had a game where it was sort of appropriate to do so. We're going to play it in the cup match against Malta later on, because that's going to be a nice little gap for us to actually, because it's got like league games either side, so we can actually play a bit of They could be rep-related. Oh, wow, loads of Africa call-ups. Christ. Tony Sunday, nice to see that. Zimbabwe. Oh, Harlington's in there. Wait, Chile? Mr. Melman getting in the Chile squad. Okay, just as well I extended his contract before that happened. Or was it? No, actually, no, it wasn't who it was. It was Ouattara. I saw that Ouattara was going to get a call up for the Ivory Coast, and he has now got a cap for them. So what I did was I extended his contract with a clause in it for a wage rise clause before before he got his international cap. That way I could still use it for leverage to get a better deal for us. So that way he's got like a really long contract now. And obviously he's got his wage rise because he's on like 6.5k. But if he'd got that cap before I did that, I would have only been able to get him on like a 3-year deal because I'd have had no leverage. Well, 100k, it's true. They should have got in there. Or at least Madagascar. He's definitely due a Madagascar call-up. Right, but it's getting his match fitness back really quickly. Longello and Cam Gus. Finally, it's nice to have the full complement of players back in properly again. God, it's mad to me that Vida only has 2 assists this season, when Palacios got 6 and 4 goals. It's very good reception, yeah. Love that. Oh, Vladislav shit. Wow, they've brought in a shit friend. Double Belarusian. Malta national team doing poorly. Their ranking has not changed. They're still like 168th. It just doesn't move. I'm hoping it will go up over time, but it just isn't. Not that it really matters, but I would like to see it improve a little bit. You know, since we're getting so many players converting to Maltese nationality, including Jar Jar now, it would be nice if it did start to creep up at some point. 5-0, we take that. Vida got an assist. Nice. Finally. Ouattara with 2 goals. 2 goals more. Melman gets another goal. We finally go back to the top of the league, although Goodyear have a game in hand on us, so I suspect that won't last very long. I'll be happy as long as the goal difference stays relatively on par with our points. A nice little 5-0 will do that. Classy, classy Palacio. The fact that he's got 5 goals this season already from left wing back is... Actually, his XG is enormous. I think he's just... We've always noticed that about him, though. He gets into more scoring positions than Vida does. Quattro minutes. No, we're going to try that in the cup game against Malta in a bit, which is this one here. Because it's the perfect type of opponent, because they're just very weak. A bit of that. Nice. It'll give us the perfect opportunity to try it out. Because it does feel like the sort of thing that could just randomly work. But the logic's there. Right, if Zabar could do us a favour and just beat Goodyear so this is less of an issue, that would be just delightful. Oh. He's still coming out. I have to make sure that I actually extend that properly. Is this Oh, it is. It is AFCON. We are actually going to lose Tony Sunday. And Kamga and Lend. Oh, dear. It begins. The us losing players to AFCON cycle begins. I guess that's the downside of when we're signing a lot of our players from Africa, because it's good. We're talking... we're playing a new idea. Oh, wow. Good. You're actually kind of good, aren't they? Wills, thank you very much for the 11 months. Hope you're having a fantastic day. New Schalke. Fair play. Where did you get yours from? Livish Youth Day's going for... I mean, I suppose so. And he kind of does just play like that, right? Most of the time in our tactics, he does sort of just become a winger. Unhappy. Oh, that's a shame. What a sad time. But yes, the new tactical idea does in fact have has 4 wingbacks. It just does. Actually, technically it doesn't. We decided to move it to inverted fullbacks. With double libero. But to me, that kind of defeats the point of what we were trying to go for with it. I might try 2 options out with that, because I feel like the whole point of it was to have 2 sets of wingbacks and not... The inverted fullback kind of defeats the point because they don't act like wingbacks. I'm still kind of... we'll figure it out. Just like chaos. Yes. That's the idea. New 12,000 seat stadium. Holy shit. Fair play. Marcus Rashford is the best player in the world at 34, because the game solely decides this based on the reputation of the player. I love how there's not a single guy in here that's like under 25. Just like, in order to be good, you must be old. Have we still not reached... Oh, apart from Lamine Yamal. Any regions on here? No. 9 years in. Managed to go AFCON for under 21s. There'd be no point. Also, what do you mean manually scout AFCON? Because you're either scouting it or you're not scouting it. I don't know what manually scouting AFCON really means. Like, you could assign your scout to look at AFCON, but nothing will happen. Although I am going to set up a recruitment focus for centre-backs, because I want to try this out, see if we can actually find anything. Oh, no, not DC. Yeah, that's it. We move that down to there. Leave that there. Transfer. I'm going to set it to like 23, like we actually had it. And then just set it to ongoing and just see what happens with that, right? Ah, dear. Flick through the squads for young players. I mean, I guess, but that's just like, isn't that just kind of on normal scouting style? Also, but the problem is you can't really flick through the squads because, as you know, like if we go to AFCON, for example, we can't flick through the teams because it won't pick the teams that are in AFCON. It will just go through the entire African thingy anyway. Like, you can't just like scroll through specifically the African teams in an AFCON, because if you go to like, fuck me, like AFCON here and look at teams, if I start scrolling through, look, it would just take fucking forever, and there's really no point. And also, like I said, like, we're scouting these guys anyway, so if they're good, we'll find them. We don't need to sort of change our scouting methods for no reason. Ooh, Justice Bakare. Oh, disappoint. I mean, at the end of the day, do we like, right? It's just not how I really like to do scouting. I feel like it's sort of a waste of time, basically, when I feel like the other methods that we do with scouting are just going to find us the same guys, essentially. There's a lot of injuries coming in lately, Christ. Gone for 6 weeks for another AFCON. True. Although, frankly, there's just so many good players that go to AFCON that I'm not really opposed to it. Oh my god. Some more of the centre-backs have arrived. There's Williamis. Oh, he's so expensive. Oh, that's so frustrating. Still has 8 heading, though. Hey. Oh, did Danny Stralen? Fuck. Oh, got to be so careful with this. I reckon this is how a lot of those guys retired last time, because you just can't keep them forever. I don't really know what I'm going to do about a lot of these guys, because I can't sign them up on contracts because we can't afford them. And then at some point, I'm just going to miss one of the trial extensions. Wait, what? Oh, I was sorting it the wrong way. Right, there we go. Try that again. Reasonable, all the way down 2 weeks. That was a few this time. Those Mulder guys are just not being scouted. Catch some fellow through the cracks. Right, but if he hasn't fallen through the cracks yet, because we haven't scouted him yet. As in, my point is that it's just scouting them a different way, whereas I don't see the... I'd rather just wait until we just scout them the normal way. I don't really see any benefit to it. Because at that point, you're just going to end up going back around to doing the old style of scouting, where you're essentially just scouting every single team and all the players within them. With the whole point of doing that, the reason we stopped doing that is because you end up with an entire scout report full of Fs, and you spend half your time just filtering out crap. So that's the reason we don't do that, and that would just put us straight back on that again. Best amateur non-contract places to scout. Colombia is fantastic. Belgium is obviously brilliant. Netherlands, Croatia, Denmark, Norway. I would do it by region. There's a lot of good players in Africa too, like that. Less good, but like there are players in there that will definitely do a job. Is that... Oh, hang on. This guy at oh, he's so expensive. I kind of just like my scouting to be as like hands-off as possible. And yeah. Oh, you're a winger, DM... These are not the centre-back guys we were looking at. Serbia, is Serbia good for amateur non-contract players? I haven't managed to find many successful ones in Serbia so far. I'm trying to think of a single example of one I actually picked up from Serbia. Oh, there was that Milojevic guy. He was, I believe, from Serbia. So there is an exception, but I don't believe it's as strong as some of the other ones around it. Belgium and Colombia are unbelievably overpowered for it. You're not a left... Sorry, you're not a left back. You're certainly not a left back. You guys are not great. Where's the centre-backs gone? Barange. Ah, there's a guy. Finally. Any free Malayan? Any good? Which free Malayan was that? Was he not fully scouted? Because if he wasn't, then I'm just going to scout him properly. Other recruitment focuses. Fair play if it works for you, right? Amazing producing wonder kids. Fair enough. And they were all amateur free players. Sugar Ray, fair play.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis.
Oh, sorry, he's Algerian. Sorry, I realised you can't see his the flag above his head. As usual, no heading ability, but yes, he's very much a player we sign. Jose Pereira, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, I realised that his flag nationality thing would have been hidden behind my face cam. Jumping reach is good. He's definitely a sign. No doubt about it. He's actually really kind of decent. Still can't head a football, but it's FM. So we'll accept that. No, the club is Malian, but he is Algerian. So when he said the Malian, I just assumed you meant a player who was from Mali. But I could totally understand how you would... Yeah. Approach the sign. Let me just check, make sure there's no compensation. No, we're good. Cool. Not that it matters, but... Breakthrough prospect. Hit him with a nice little... Oh, no, not 5. We want 1. Don't overdo it, Matt. Let's not get silly because I can only offer... Oh, no, I can offer him a 2. Nice. He'll go for that. Nice. Cool. He'd be good. I like him. Yeah, no. Malayans. Well, no, he does have Malayans. It's just that he is not currently Malayan. All I was... Is it that deep? I was just saying I didn't know who you meant because I was looking for Malayans. Anyway. I do like him, though. Right. Another Jayhon. Oh, 14 grand a week. Oh, fuck me. He's actually... He can head a ball, chat. 20 bravery. Some brave boys in here as well. Also, minimum release scores of 2 point... Hang on. If he has a release scores of 1.9 million... I suppose that means we can get him a little bit cheaper, but the wages are just absolutely... 20 grand a week. He is on 8 grand a week already, to be fair, so that does make a bit of sense. Jabba Jakubowski? Oh, 5.5 million pounds. Plus PSV. No jumping reach. 6'1" and 9 jumping reach. Lordy lord. That's really, really low for 6'1". Nation level of the game, the club's having weaker youth. I don't actually know. Because what I've noticed is that over time... what would you put the CA and PA stars to? Hang on. What would you put for CA and PA? I'm not sure what you mean by what would I put. Because when I'm scouting, I'm not like putting anything for stars. I'm looking at the players myself. But we can discuss. I'm curious. But yeah, as for the amateur players, I think it's obviously some kind of gap in the game at the very beginning, because that's why it only seems to be most effective between seasons 3 and 6, from what I've noticed anyway. Right, Nieto, but he plays for... Actually, he's very cheap. Okay. Please don't tell me you wanted too much money. 1.9. Are we interested? I feel like I'm interested. Juan Jose Nieto, 14 jumping reach, 6'2", actually not bad physical, in fact, very good physicals. Good on both feet, can tackle, positioning, marking, heading, aggression, bravery. I like him a lot. And for 80k. Doesn't want huge money. Well, not, yeah. Stars relatively teams, so they aren't. Well, yeah, exactly, Husby. But I was just trying to sort of get my... Because when you said set to, it sort of implied that you were putting a star in somewhere as some kind of filter or something. That's what I was trying to sort of... Not you, obviously, Husby. But, like, that's what I was trying to ascertain. Plays for 80k. He plays for Real Oviedo. Similar LP. Yeah, but we're looking at tentpole merchants. And the attributes himself, I really like. And for 80 grand... I think it's a no-brainer. You are... I don't know where you're from. Wow, okay, he's kind of decent. Won't talk to us. 80k. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, his release clause was 80k. Nemets, presumably... Wow, D-rated, really? Actually fairly well-rounded. A lot of freckles going on there, too. Don't know why that's relevant, but it is. Zakaria Sally. Oh, 10 grand a week. No. Teixeira. I've seen Teixeira come around a few times now. And every time... Oh, I'll tell you what. Maybe it's a different Teixeira. He's not bad either. Okay, we've got a few in here that might... Well, okay, I want to look at this guy just because... Is it just me, or is he, like, not that much better than the ones we were just looking at? Except maybe has higher potential, perhaps. In fact, I'd argue he's actually much worse. So why is he A-? He's not... I don't really like that guy at all. Teixeira looks decent. This guy... Oh, my God. Yeah, he's a bit all right, isn't he? Great tackling. Great pace as well. No jumping reach, but... You know, I'm not super asked about that on my DMs. It's nice to have it, but not always a necessity. God, he's very good. How old is he? 21. That's decent development. Was he that good when you bought him? Or has he actually, like, nicely developed into the role? What about Cernishan? We've looked at him a few... Can't head a ball. Okay. I think we should have a look at Teixeira. Because, again, he kind of ticks a lot of the boxes. And he's 18, and he would be homegrown for us too. Lacks a little bit of pace and acceleration though, but he is consistent. 6'1", okay jumping reach, solid bravery and aggression, decent strike, temp poles, positioning could do with a bit of work. The issue I think with him is going to be... Wait, has he got no agent? Mental's a good for agent, yeah. I think the issue with him is the fact that the range is... I think he's just going to be so expensive compared to the other guy we're looking at. Now, I don't know what his... The other issue we've got with him is I don't know what he'd want in wages, technically, because we can't talk to his agent. Let me try that. I just want to see what he wants. Because I know it says 1.5 there, but since we can't ask his agent, we simply do not know. If it's around that kind of amount, I'd actually be okay with it. Gonna be Real Madrid. Fair enough. Hey, fair play. Dredge's World Cup host. Usually the World Cup hosts are really boring in FM. They're just like the default sort of... And it's the same like 6 countries most of the time going around in a circle. So I don't think I've seen that many interesting ones, honestly. So he's going to want a lot of cash, but that's okay because the beauty of this is he is, of course, Spanish. Which means I might even be able to get him on a 10-year... 10-year contract? That'd be wild. Turns out to be good. True, but they simply do not value after league appearances the same way they do with installments. Like, you'd have to promise them a shitload of money to make that work, and I'm not worth taking the risk just in case. Okay, cool. We take that. Like, I think there's a misconception that the money after a certain number of league appearances and installments have the same weight when it's the same amount of money when it just isn't. You'd have to pay like twice, 3 times as much on that. And I'd just rather not have to pay that much for a player, even if he does turn out to be good. Because he'd have to turn out to be a worldie, right? It does seem like that, Thomas, there. What does he want? Breakthrough prospect. Open 8k a week. It would be nice to just have some defenders coming through that can actually start to challenge on that. Knock on the first team door a little bit more. Even if he does cost a bit of cash. Particularly if I can get him on a fight. And I think I can 8-year him. It's just going to be a bit of... it's going to require a bit of finagling. That should probably do it, honestly. Maybe pop that up a little bit more. There we go. 8-year, to actually be able to offer an 8-year contract to an 18-year-old player is actually quite unusual these days, it seems. Euro South American Challenge Cup. I have seen that, but no, I don't know what it is. But it's something I have definitely noticed. I'm sure someone in chat will know what it is. Maritzburg. Okay. I love how this feels like more of a transfer stream than the actual transfer stream that we did, just because we were worried too much about the European... We had all those European games in there, getting in the way of us doing some bloody scouting. But just when I was looking at the squad before stream today, I knew that we needed to improve in certain areas. Homegrown player update. Anyone useful in there? Oh, Sultan. That's next season though, isn't it? Oh, that's a couple of quite important players, actually. Sunday, Maleka, Boiling Fanny, Sultan and Fafana will all be homegrown next season. That is delightful. Europa League winner versus Sudamericano. That's such a weird one. I love it. Let's see. 17 recommendations. Oh, wow. Congratulations. You've recommended me all the players I'd already scouted. What a recruitment focus that was. Here, boss. Here's all these players that you already know about. Let me just quickly show you them again. Well, that went well. 16 in progress. Cool. It's weird that it's the Europa League winner. Yeah, you think there'll be... Is there a Europa League winner... Sorry, a Champions League winner versus the Copa America? Not Copa America. Couple Libertadores winner. Checkbox unticked. Which... Oh, shit. Yeah, no, great point. I didn't... Forgot to untick the checkbox. I'm a moron. Well played. Thank you. The Club World Cup. I suppose, yeah. One for the... Is it, well, I don't think there is, because is there a third tier? South American... Like, club tournament? Why have I just typed in Irish national team? When I should have just... Moron. Stephen Kenny's in charge. The current team. Let's see what we got. Jason McCrory at Arsenal. 24 years old. Any youngsters in the squad? Alec Clark at Leicester. Carl Broderick. Any surprises in there? Got Udinese. Couple of guys at Southampton with Ollie O'Neill. Wow. And so Ollie O'Neill's obviously come back up again. Although he won't be at Leighton Orient in the save. Well, he'd have been at Fulham still. 3 players from Norwich as well. Adam Ider, of course. Evan Ferguson of Real Madrid. Absolutely killing it. Jesus. He is incredible. He's just everything, isn't he? Hang on, he went from PSG to Real Madrid. How much did PSG pay for? Imagine making a loss. Yep, did technically 2... Well, yeah, 1 season at PSG. And then they sell him for a loss of 25 million pounds. And he played for PSG in that season. It wasn't like he wasn't playing. Absolutely mad. 20 goals in La Liga. Oh, I didn't get that good. I think it's... Does he have, like, randomised PA? God damn, he's good. That might be the best Evan Ferguson I've actually seen. Oh, we didn't do the who qualified for Africa. Oh, I've got some more lookups to catch up on. My apologies. Yeah, we should know who qualified for AFCON by now, right? Because they've already got the call-ups. So, teams involved. Oh. Fiona! So these are the AFCON qualifiers. Does it actually tell you? Oh, yeah. Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, Libya, Egypt. Pretty standard, I would say. And obviously the greatest team of all of Africa. Felt like Ferris, like, maybe? But still, £25 million loss is quite a lot. Ah, dear. Up the iron. Thank you for the follow. And how's it going, my friend? Hang on, I saw a question there. Leagues that have decided Malta. None. Just Malta. Intercontinental Cup that ran from 2004. I guess there's that new silly... Well, the new Club World Cup coming... When is it coming? The big one that occurs... Oh, no. An online sim. No. I'm not even sure what that means. But yeah, that's AFCON. It's nice to have a few players in there, honestly. Most expensive region of the Belgian national team. Ooh. To be fair, we won't really know, because I don't know if you can even see their transfer value. Just trying to see where the cut-off point is for regions. Might be... No. Pinto? It is. So there's Pinto here is worth £97 million at Atletico. We've got Songor Mark, who... With a name like that, I just assumed was going to have some Hungarian there. But no. £137 million at Liverpool. There's Christian Bardi, who's at Burnley. Okay. And then this guy here, who's 22 years old, at Genk. Christian Capillari. Fair play. We already did the Irish national team. Zlatan. I've noticed more players are becoming coaches these days. But he apparently is not one of them. There's Maximilian Ibrahimovic, but no Zlatan, sadly. That does make sense, actually, with the border stuff. Would you recommend? Whichever you like, really. I mean, that's really up to you. It won't... The league you choose won't affect the speed. It's just the number of them that makes sense. Yeah, that is his son, yeah. But, like, it's completely up to you. I don't have any loaded, so I can't really give you a recommendation because it's not something I've done myself. It's just a big summer ball, a summer like a little knees up for the summer. Right, let's see if I can find a long-standing player at York so we can have a look at their progression so far. That's only 4 years. Come on, Jake Cooper. 1 year. 4 years. Kai Plumley. 1 year. Like Could do better than this, York. Katia Kuyate, 1 year. 3 years. Just want a long-serving player. There we go. 7 years. Right. Okay, so National League, mostly League 2. They kind of yo-yo between National League and League 2 in this save. But they have got out of the National League. It's actually surprising to see them drop back into it, but then came straight back up again. I guess they didn't go down straight away. It took them a little while. Very rarely do teams ever get relegated straight back to the National League, it seems. In real life, I mean, hasn't it not happened since the 80s or something, where a team's been relegated back to the National League immediately? Something wild like that, because there's just so much quality at the very top of that league that can't get out. Such a huge bottleneck. So Wigan are in League 1 at the moment. Best realistic sign for a League 2 side? I have not a fucking clue. Honestly, haven't done a save in League 2 in about 5 years. No, in about 4 years. So I have simply not a clue. But chat might know. Ironically, I like managing even lower than that. Booty. Honestly, couldn't... To be fair, like, it's not the worst shout. Rig and Booty is just surprisingly good. Right, let's see. See if I can find someone who's been here a while so we can just check their progression. Yeah, Rig and Booty, though, is always worth a pickup just because it's Rig and Booty, but he's actually unironically very good. I promise chat we'll get to some Champions League games in a bit. Bailey Clements. Oh, my God's sake. Why are they all new? I just wish everyone would make it, like, it knows what league Wigan have been in, but then it won't let you see that unless you go to the players who were playing for Wigan and then look at their career stats. You can't just go to Wigan and then go, like, history. Like, just, why can't I not see what leagues they've been? It's so silly. No, goalkeepers, I mean, you think just because they're older, but it doesn't even make much difference. But yeah, Wigan are in League 1, that much I can tell you. And Luton, they've had a weird time of it. Wait, did you notice something? Records page. Records. Oh! Wait, hang on. League positions. Oh, good. So it nearly works. It's like, no, you will not get this information, even though we probably have it. Usually the screen doesn't even load. All it would need to tell you as well is what league that is in. I'm trying to think if there's anything in here that might just give the game away. Nah, there's only these two. Longest serving player. Oh, it could do. Jacob Brown. Yeah, true. That's at least something to know. So you can see that Luton have kind of yo-yoed quite a lot. Premier League, Championship. But they've been in the Premier League a lot more than you'd expect in this save. I always find it annoying when FM just randomly hides information for you that it clearly has. It just seems very strange to me that it knows what leagues those clubs are in, so why can't you just see a chart? It doesn't have to tell you what, like, finish they had. Just tell me what league they're in. It's so strange that it chooses to hide random information. It's like when it hides the winners of leagues that you don't have switched to playable sometimes. No. Non-base game leagues, for example. It was on the profile page. No. You can't see that information. Like, the game just doesn't provide it for you, even though it has it. Like, if I go to their profile page here, so no, it's hidden by my camera, it says no league history data available. And it's like, but you clearly have some data, just show me what you got. Not expecting it to do all the calculations, just tell me what league they're in. Oh, wait, hang on, who? Hopefully that's not too severe of a wage hike. 1,700, it's alright. I don't know what he was on before, admittedly, but I think it's not going to be too bad. Vidovre. Oh, hello. Oh, it was a friendly, wasn't it? It's the sort of thing that even with Saz's skin, you still can't get around the lack of information in the game, because all it can do is draw from what's already there. Vidovre. Second tier in Denmark. Detail level help with that. The league's not loaded. Well, you can't change the detail level on a league that isn't loaded, so no. No, we haven't got to that match yet because chat keep doing lookups. But here we are. The Pro Ventilation Arena. That is a name. I kind of like that. I mean, to be fair, it is outside. Isn't that third tier? You're probably right, it is third tier because it's, yeah. I don't know. What am I? Oh, what a good name. Björgfeld. Also Valdemar, just good name. It's a solid badge. It reminds, I'm trying to think what it reminds me of. It reminds me of a club that would play at the Pro Ventilation Arena. Right. Cool. It sure does. I mean, it's outside, right? What more ventilation could you possibly have? Up and down arrows to switch teams? No. I actually tried looking into the keyboard shortcuts for FM because I thought to myself, oh, okay, maybe I can set keyboard shortcuts for things I want in the game. But no, all you get is a list of things it's already got, and then you can change them. But it's like, it doesn't let you set new ones, which is really annoying. So like, you can't say, oh, this page, I want to have a shortcut for this page. Let me do that. But no, it doesn't. Unless it already exists as a shortcut, all you can do is change the existing ones. You can't add your own new ones, which is very annoying. So we're going to get to Shara. Get some of all these guys. New Lithuania star. Oh, God. Wait. Suddenly, new Malta star. Josef Collard. How is he getting a call up, but not... Oh, my God. There's loads of them. Ehrlich just got his first Malta cap. Collard just got his first Malta cap. Wait. Diaz? Surely he didn't just get a Malta cap as well. Mateus Diaz just got his first Malta cap. That's good, I suppose. It does seem a bit like that, Ben. We've not suffered from it too much yet, but I feel like it will come. Luckily, a lot of these contracts, particularly Ehrlich's, was signed like years ago. Nieto? I like Nieto. I really like Nieto. I think he could be an excellent signing because I feel like he might be a bit better than this is suggesting. Actually progressing. No, like I said, they're not. They're like 168th in the world. They are not progressing. They just keep putting these players in and just start losing with them. Although maybe this is a change. Let's actually have a look for once. And they are... Oh, 107. They've got even worse. Oh, is this the wrong song? Ah, my apologies. I just assumed that it worked last time, so it would work this time. That is... Let me just skip this, because this is not what you requested. Let me try and find the proper one. It's weird that it didn't do it. Right. There we go. This is what you wanted. I don't know why. This is why it's always better to use the actual direct Spotify link than it is to try and put the name in. Right. No one in this parish? I must say I was a bit like, really? Yeah, so they lost 3-1 to Portugal. I mean, the last time they won was against Luxembourg, where... I'm trying to see if any of our former guys... Cyber Darbo's got a goal for them there. The Augsburg Malteser. That is... Oh, that's Irving Cardona. It's a real player. He's been around for a while. Was that a friendly? Ah, God damn it. I think they are slowly improving, but it's not quite there yet. In fact, I might just get a team... Can you get a report? No, you can't, can you? I was kind of hoping you could get like a team report on the national team, but you actually can't do that, which is frustrating. Oh, a couple of freebies here. I might just trial them. Bear in mind, these guys have both been released by Maltese clubs anyway. In fact, I believe both of them were actually at Tamroon. I mean, they're already... Oh, no, he's not even that old. Much money about... Nah. The national teams very rarely ever do anything. Because, bear in mind, like, it's not something we're actually trying to strengthen. Although I feel like the one that has the most chance of success, and by success, I mean, like, getting better than they are, is actually Malta. Just because they start so poor. So the only way is up, really, with Malta. But with, like, Hungary and that, we had some players get into the national team, and they would sort of be all over the place, but not enough players to make a difference, really. I think, because if you look at it, it was like, Hungary have quite a solid national team as it is. Ireland's national team is really solid because of all the players that come through at, like, Premier League and Scottish clubs, as well as the guys that come through League of Ireland. And then Norway obviously always have a good national team in FM because of the regen quality. So, generally speaking, it's not like a... It's not really been a thing that's been able to happen in our saves, but this is the biggest chance we're going to get for it, I would say. Sorry, I was trying to get my thoughts out, but Clates was just distracting me with his dulcet tones. Yeah, Ruel actually did score. Patience for a man, go to club. Oh, fair enough, right? it does require a lot of patience. Mike was thinking about doing a Building a Nation save, and I was talking about it. He, in the end, just came to the conclusion that like he just didn't have the patience for it, which is fair, right? No, we don't have any. Not well. We haven't seen a news article about it anyway. Now who? Jar Jar. Jar Jar's got his first Malta cap as well. Thank God he didn't have one of those Brazil clauses in it. Zach, thank you very much for the follow. He'll be making upwards of pennies. Yeah, that's good to know. But the more of these guys that do actually convert over, because Jar Jar's just gonna... I wonder where he played. Wait, hang on. That was his wage hike. So in Ireland, right? It's because Brando, Scottish family. Sounds stupid, but that's just the way it was always pronounced in my house growing up, so I've always said Ireland. It's just... People used to find it weird when we did the Irish save. It was like, why are you saying it like that? I was just like, isn't that how it's pronounced? Yeah, let's see if I can figure out where he was. Ireland. Oh, I know. But like, yeah. I find the development tactics one can sometimes lie. Because I find that often it just says whatever place they're playing for you, it just says the same thing. Let's see if we can actually look at the game. Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll look at his form. If that actually shows up. Which it doesn't. Oh, wait, hang on, no. Malta. Complete wingback. He was actually playing as a complete wingback. He got a 5.9 rating. Christ, what happened? Oh, it was against Hungary? I mean, there's your problem. You're playing a guy that can't tackle as a left back. What's his tackling? Oh, he's got 7, I suppose. He's actually still a really well-rounded player. I think he could get a decent amount of caps from Malta in the end. Part of the vocoder. Yeah. Like, I think it's just, like I said, because my dad's Scottish, and it's just, yeah. Technically, my grandfather, well, sorry, no, my step-grandfather was, well, yeah, he's dead now, but was Irish as well. So my dad just kind of grew up around that environment. He lived in Northern Ireland in the 1960s. Ah, dear. Hello, Pogs. Right. Ah, see, Montano's potential's now dropped off a little. I think 800 was a bit much on him, but oh well, you live and learn, right? Yellow card. It is. It's actually Muck yellow card, but we shortened it to to stop being abused by the wee Sassenachs. Right, bit of that. Joshua. There's a sort of guy called Batata here. Oh, he's a centre back. Hang on, he might actually be the kind of guy... Oh, 4 million, though. But if he's goated, then he might be the guy we dropped 4 million on. Player at PSG. Why are you here? Like, great and all, but, like, as if I'm going to be able to... Wait, are you out of contract? Oh, I saw the red and I thought he was out of contract. That would have been superb. Brian Hutat. Okay, I've got to look at Batata. Well, would you look at that? It's centre-back that can't head a football. He's absolutely perfect in every other way, but he still can't head a football. And he would cost £4 million. I mean, it's better than some of the others, but he's also 20 and would cost £4 million for the pro. Like, if he's £4 million, I want him to actually be able to head a football. It's the bare minimum I want. Matter that much? Well, for a centre-back that does heading, yes. Of course it matters. It's one of the 3 most important attributes for a centre-back. Like, if they can't head a football, we're going to end up with a lot of dreadful defensive clearances. It's just so annoying how the game just basically still correct. Oh, true, because it is. Watch it even more now. Oh. To be fair, it is a release clause, but he wouldn't join us anyway. That's weird. I swear it said. Oh, he wouldn't. Yeah, it didn't actually say he would join us, in fairness. Doesn't improve much for international. No, not really. I mean, it can do, but I've noticed that it doesn't seem to be near as effective as it should be. Well, not should be, but could be, basically. Which is frustrating, because he looked like one of the ones that might actually be an option for us there. Any more? There's Joshua. They're quite well-rounded Metzala, but he will not talk to us. Mark Raiden. Just overpriced, because, unfortunately, NYFC. Oh, hello. Freebie. Oh, he's just bad. He's just kind of bad. Oh, you're a wingback now. Like, if you pretend that the technicals don't exist, right? Just Ignore them for a second. Physicals are solid. Mentals are actually all right, but he has 0 technical ability. Shame. Braulio. Oh, 7 jumping. I saw it and I was like, oh my god, it's the one. And then he's got 7 jumping reach. And he's also on £6 a week, to be fair. So there is also that as an element of things. Oh, what about you? He's slow as fuck. But he is out of contract and actually does have decent temp pulls. Not for us. He's very much a, like... Oh, fuck. 1.4k. You don't have a contract, friend. Okay, maybe not. That wasn't the perfect one. Yeah, it's like we can't seem to get one. It's like, why is it one or the other? You can either jump really high or you can head a football. Surely as a centre-back, you just learn to do both. It feels to me like the shorter ones have better heading. But that's almost certainly not the case. It's just like I've noticed over the last few of them. Now, we weren't expecting most of the guys we were scouting those to be good because I was just looking at the bare minimum in terms of like their attributes for certain things. Monster. Right, are we getting close to this bloody... Oh no, we've got Zeno Zagreb. Then we can get towards that game and we can try out this new tactic. Or I want to try both of them, actually. Because I like the idea of having the inverted wingbacks rather than inverted fullbacks. And just going full out with it and seeing what happens. For the memes. It could be the next Octo Trek for all we know. Recruitment focuses... Oh. Loads of new ones. Nice. Oh, that's a good batch. That might be the biggest batch we've had so far. Libertad, yeah, Libertad, surely we're already scouting Libertad, yeah. Newcastle, no point in scouting them. Banfield, though, definitely. Cadiz, that's the second player from Cadiz in like a week. Apollon Limassol, all right. That's a loan, but still, we'll take it. They produce some players. Mielby, not bad. Mamelodi, I think I'm already scouting Mamelodi Sundowns. Yes, I am. Gimnasia, they definitely aren't being scouted, but they are now. Orlando City's probably not worth it. Hello, Silent Killer. Look at some of the, like... Wait, is this the decent... Oh, I tell you what. This is the defensive... This is the centre-back one. I love there's a guy that's £17 million in here, but what about this guy? Francisco Cabral. 7 caps for Paraguay. Can head a football. Can't mark, but that's something we can actually work on. 17 jumping reach. 6'4". I don't mind a bit of Francisco.
Everyone. Hope we are having a good one.
We are. We're doing okay, FMGNG. How are you, my friend? Thank you very much for the 2 months. He's intriguing. The wage might hold him back. Oh, why? 6 to 9. The issue is it's not going to be 6 to 9, is it? We all know it's going to be 9. But it might be worth a little investigation. 16 players, right? God, we've actually signed up quite a lot of people. Fuck it. 750k. I just want to see how much he wants, but I suspect that it's going to be... it's going to be 900,000. It always is, isn't it? Breakthrough prospect. 10... Okay. Cheers, FM. Thanks for that. Thanks for playing, yeah. So, talk to his agent, wants between 6.5 and 9 grand a week. Then you actually get to the talk, about 10. Cool. Thanks for that. You've lied to me. You have been deceived. Effect of the regions. Sure, I mean, we were talking about this earlier, but again, to me, that's silly to have in the game if they haven't got the match engine changed to such a way where you could play without having headers. Like, dear. Right, Mosta. They should be an easy one. Agent's just like full on... Was this a song request? Because if so, fair play. It's a bob. No, we just kind of noticed, Joe, that our centre-backs was the one area of the team where we didn't have any... Not that we have elite players elsewhere, but one area of the team where it felt like it was sort of lagging behind. And for me, I felt like that's a really important part of the team. So we wanted to start trying to build that up a little bit. So I went and did some like manual scouting of some centre-backs to see if we could find up any decent ones, basically. And so far, we found one guy that's maybe decent. Loan players in Malta have a 20 on loan. 50 in the team that get no offers. All steps. So every single step. What season are you in? And what level is your club at? Because that will matter. So you've done the part exchange thing. You've done the transfer list for £0. All that sort of jazz. Because I must admit, since we were able to start doing that, I feel like it's kind of gone back to MTK levels of loan. We've got 97 loans now. It's brilliant. Right, this is a rest game. Aframovsky, Maleka, and Doy. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, sort of Mayhem. Why not? And Quicone. Nice. That's way more. Yeah, it's... I feel like the agent bit where you talk to the agent is actually less about the wages and more about the ability for them to remove stuff before you get to the talks. Because it feels like the amount they ask you there is the exact same amount they would have wanted if you'd have just gone to the player directly. Except sometimes you can get them to drop what they want. I've noticed that the highest like CA rating I've managed to get out on loan in this save at the time of their loan was 2 stars. 2027 group stage of the Europa League regular. I don't know then. Because if you, as I say, if you're doing the transfer list thing, I'm not sure what I can add to it. Like, that's just what we've been doing. A Ukrainian that came from Hanoi. That's an amazing. Has he got like Ukrainian, Vietnamese nationality? Right. Let's go. This should be enough to win. And to be fair, the CA stars aren't that important in terms of what you're looking for. Like, just because they have low CA stars doesn't, like, if they've got decent PA, then actually they're even more primed for the loan. Why did Ndoye take a penalty? He could have had 2 goals. Man's killing it. Good to see Maleka make an appearance as well. Maybe he could be slightly deeper in this team. 29 unbeaten as well, which is not bad. We seem to have tightened up defensively as well a little bit. Last year was a bit of a down year for us in terms of goals conceded. 15. That was nearly double. This year we're on 2. Main team wages. Max, I think it's 6k. 6.5 maybe? Newcastle was annoying. We actually played really well and lost 3-0. Such is life. Yeah, as for max team wages, it is... Oh no, it's on this one, isn't it? It's just a bit of a buggy screen. Is it Vida? Yeah, so Vida I think is the highest paid player on 7.25. It's just the game... Does he have a... I don't think he even has a... I think that might be including things like appearance fees or something, even though I guess it's taking into account his appearance fee versus his like squad status. That means he'll probably play all the time. But yeah, Vida is the highest paid player at the club. He's on 7.1. And then Ouattara's on 6.5, which makes sense. They are 2 of the better players. It's actually kind of wild that we've got people like Kamga and Lend who's still only on 3.6 and still has a 3-year extension. But he will probably get that. He'll be on 6k soon as well when he gets 2 more international caps. Doesn't have a second nationality. Oh, fair. That sucks. Would be cool to have that combination. Right. This feels like Dinamo Zagreb in this. I mean, they're still good though. They are one of those teams where you just never know quite what you're going to get when you play against them. This could easily be like a 3-0 win for us, or we just get absolutely ridden by them. And that's what I'm concerned about. Oh, Diambars, go on. Malik Diop. Was he really expensive, or did he want an absurd squad status? Because I'm trying to figure out why we wouldn't sign him. Or maybe he was too young to actually talk to us. Surely he's a pickup. Just like really solid across the board, can play on both feet. Yeah, we win this, and I think there's an outside shot. I still think it's unlikely because we'd have to get a draw or points against Spurs or Villarreal, which isn't impossible, but just unlikely. Yeah, I don't mind a bit of him, actually. Send the report around again. Can't afford to not do that. It's Diambars. Let's actually have a look. Since we've got the team report, we can actually see... Yeah, look. They're still better than us. Generally speaking, they're just much better. Not much better than us. They are just better than us. But then I think if we'd have looked at Red Star's team reports before we played them, I reckon it would have said something similar. So, in actuality, it might still be decent. Maybe the strength of our tactical setup could actually help us here. We should have been very good at keeping the games really dull until they just suddenly not. Is it going to let me do it? 5 years is okay, actually, for him. Nice. Could be good for the loan file. Reducing his injury. It's not so much that they have reduced, but because it's all relative. I think he just might be maxing out his CA, and we've had other players that have developed past him in the squad. People like Kamga and Lend, Ouattara, Palacio on the left-hand side as well, actually. And even Ndoye to a certain extent, but they're different types of players. Good year of lost. Nice. That's helpful. So he's not actually got any worse. Only, I think, one of his attributes, which was bravery, I think went down. Yeah, I'm not selling a Fifi because... Actually, wait, is his contract up at the end of the season? Nah, he's got 3 years left now. we don't have the depth in the midfield to be able to afford to sell someone like a Fifi at this point, because with the loss of Sangare, and we still haven't really been able to find a replacement for him because he was so good. Like, and we're not going to find a replacement for Sangare. Eventually, what's going to happen is we are going to have to find some midfielders, though, is going to come in and eventually just become the replacement. But they're not going to be like an instant replacement. Not anytime soon, anyway. All around 2.5 stars. Yeah, you want to be... Bear in mind, like, if you look at our loan farm, right? Look at some of the quality of some of the players that we've got out on loan. Actually, let me sort by potential instead, because it's... So, yeah, we've got a couple of absolute bangers, right? But you'll notice that as you start to get down there, these are the kind of guys that... Yeah, looking at Richard Chasante here, he's like 1.5-star CA, maybe max 3.5-star PA, right? But for another team, for Sweetie, he's almost certainly 3.5 stars CA in their squad, and 5-star PA, because just how it is, right? Most of these guys are first-team starting players for all these clubs. So that's sort of where you got to look at it, right? Which is the same star rate as other team. I just don't know, Hanger Honor. We feel like we mostly just use that as a joke, but it does feel like sometimes it just happens constantly, no matter how good you get. But again, we are just sort of usually just being like silly when we talk about being rep rolled. Although I must admit, when it happens a lot in a row, you kind of just have to go, "What am I doing? Oh no, that is frustrating." I have to make loan. Hang on, 69 days left. Oh, by the way, I totally forgot this. I actually did sign up that Saudi guy. That's the guy that was released by a Saudi club, but was really young, and we thought, oh, he's actually quite decent. Eventually, he actually went for 1.4k a week, and I thought that might actually be okay, but it was obviously too late for me to loan him out. But I reckon in the January transfer window, he could be a good loanee for someone else. Like, if we can get him a loan, he's very solid for many... a player chairperson? No way. Probably not in the game anymore, I suspect. That sort of stuff gets rolled out quite quickly, I think. Floriana knock. Well, that's quite a large tie for that early of a round. If you can get him alone. Exactly. Yeah. Legitimate FM things. Yeah, but I don't want to be like one of those people that just blames... Oh, it's the same guy. I feel like we see this guy every year, and then I go, oh, and then I look at him. Ah, but what the... Oh, really? Oh, I think I know what you mean now. Yes. I got confused for some reason with Royal Antwerp. Right. Dinamo Zagreb. Oh, Malik Diop's coming in. How many players have we got signed up for January now? Do you know what, chat? There's 16 players joining us in January. Oh, no, sorry, no, that's not true. 12 players are joining us on January 1st. Some of them are first-teamers, but there's a lot of loan farmer players in there too, which I think is going to push us over the 100 loans mark. Guys like Perez, Torre, Mourinho, Correa, maybe even McGlinky. Those are the types of chaps that I think are pushing us over the edge. And obviously we've got Amrani as well, who I still think might be the cream of the crop. But him and Teixeira at least will give us a bit more defensive quality. But I just haven't been able to find a centre-back this year that I'm like, damn. Whereas last year it felt like it was super easy. Like there was just so many quality centre-backs out there. And yet, this time around, we just can't seem to find a single one that's like genuinely decent. I'm going to try and... So, Hazewinks. Squad player. I just want to see if he's dropped his demands again. Nope. Nope. But I will trial him again. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, it's just trial tomorrow. Never mind, yeah. I wish you would just tell me when the player's gone. Who's the other one I was really interested in? Oh, Ake. Even though he's just steadily getting worse. And I believe he wanted even more money. 8. It's come down a teeny bit. Not by much, though. I think it's come down by quite literally £250 a week. But, you know, just in a few short years, chat, we'll get him. I promise. That's quite a big report. Right, I need a second pee break today, chat. I've been drinking more water than normal, which means you get to learn... Actually, no. This one, we're just going to do a normal whiz quiz, because I actually do have one in hand for you. Just in case. Because they don't have to be on all my BRB screens. I can mix and match. So, this time around, since we've already shown it once today, I don't want to saturate you guys with it. As much as it is an important cause, we're going to do a whiz quiz. So, let me just make sure that it's actually one there, and I'll be back in a second. It was Borja Ubina. But I liked that one just because it was Celta, then just quickly to Birmingham, then back, well, not back to Celta. I think it might have been in the middle, actually. I like some of the really niche ones that had like one appearance or something. Was that 2 substitute appearances? Is that really only 7? Well, he played a lot of games, though. It was like 200 appearances for Celta. He's all grown up. How old is he now? I guess we're going to find out. Oh my lord, we got multiple pictures. No, it's smart. Well, I already did it. This is the can from earlier. I'm not double Beppis? Who do you think I am? I did it just for you, Joe, just to annoy you. You could go back on the VOD, watch it later, and be like, I know it. Yeah, he's... Oh, so that was him at 18? My God. Oh my God, he's actually Maltese. He declared for Malta. Have Malta done better in your save than they have in mine? Because if they've got players like this up front for them... only 9... Oh, then again, I suppose it's Malta, right? Damn. But I guess with these guys, if they declare super early because they're not going to get in that squad, there's more chance of actually cool shit happening, right? Right. A lot of these players are already joining us as it goes. Still a few intriguing centre-back prospects in there, maybe. Right, what about the fresh guys that are actually done? Oh, that's the Mulder guy. Right, you are just... Oh, it's another Red Star. It's Red Star Zurich. Okay, I didn't know it was a team. Oh. We're doing good shot. Well, I say that. We'll be doing a lot better if we could win this next game. 23. Cheap wages on Saidi. Model citizen, which is something, I suppose. Just... Also, I love that they consider his first touch to be a con when it's 6. It's not even that bad. Who's Big D and Little D out of me and Dan? Ooh. I don't know your heights. How could I possibly tell? I have to compare. Carl Person. He sure is. Actually, not awful, but the money demands are just way too high. Weirdly, Haitian guy won't speak to us. Unless that's because we already tried to talk to him earlier in the stream. I think we might have done, actually, when I was looking at him. Söderland. Fine, but... Wow, they're just so hard to find good centre-backs. Josip Mance. Oh, so expensive. Well, he's not, but his wage would be. And he can't head a football. Colour me surprised. Luis Benitez can at least head a football. Out of contract, 23 years old. Emergency. But they're wanting like $2,000 a week, and it's just like, you don't have the potential ceiling for that man. 100. Okay, he feels like definitely not good enough for us, but as far as like a rando loan farmer type of signing, he's exactly up our street there. That would be ideal. It would be great, wouldn't it? That seems to be the white whale of FM24 is finding centre backs that can head a football. One day I hope to achieve such a thing. It's like Moby Dick. Except Dick's now left us. We don't even have him anymore. You hate to see it. Trying to Fulham game sometimes. I know, Dan. It's just difficult and expensive. Highlight so far. I don't actually know. I feel like we're yet to have the highlight. I feel like we're waiting on the highlight. I'm hoping the highlight is going to be us beating Dinamo Zagreb away from home. Okay, he's more like it. Ethan Bays. Solid. The only thing that can probably be a problem here is if he's... Oh, really? $6,000 a week? I still want to look at how much he'd cost. I just don't have... Oh, is he a £1 million player for us? I'm just not sure he is. Diego Moon... Ooh, 11 jumping reach. 11 jumping reach for 5'9" is actually pretty impressive. I mean, it's still not what we need, but like considering 5'9", 11 jumping reach is very solid. Milan Djordjic is a winger. Not that makes him exempt. It's just I think the price would be prohibitive on him. Might not actually disregard him entirely. He's got very high like CA. Ooh, maybe an AP. Damn, he ticks all the boxes except the box of being affordable. Centre-back that can't hit a football. Do you know what, with Bays, I might actually pursue them a bit more. I might try one more job on Bays and just get rid of that. Just to see what he wants. Because it said 4K and I thought that seems reasonable. Just. But if he wants 6K, that starts to become silly. So, Noi, currently 12th in the world. Hot damn, Noi making moves. Going from 44th all the way up to 12th. Doing one of the Euro qualifiers. Is that... Yeah, they actually came third in the Nations League. Baez. Ah, Baez. Okay, cool. That makes sense. That's not... I never take pedantry from you, Inferno. I know that it's highly factual and you mean well. Oh, dear. Bloody hell. It's coming out today. Whoa, who are you? Oh, it's the Newcastle guy that they reckon that we should somehow be able to sign. Despite, like, I mean, I would love to sign him, don't get me wrong, but he's £20 million. FM, like, what are we doing here? By him passing it through about, yeah, but honestly, I feel like with liberos, you're just better off getting DMs that have got a bit of height about them. Like, if we're struggling to find a centre-back that can head, I feel like one that can really, really pass the ball is going to be... And the other problem with that, Jim, is when it comes to scouting centre-backs, because it's a defensive role, your initial scout reports aren't even going to have passing in him. So unless you've got really good scouting knowledge of that nation, you're not even going to be able to see the range for the passing. That's the problem. It's a bit like when you can't see the crossing on wing-backs. Because your scouts consider it an attacking... attribute, and as a result it doesn't come through the reports as early, so it's really hard to find good ones without just luck a lot of the time. Burnus, thank you very much for the follow. 1.2 came up for 6. Oh, definitely, yeah, absolutely. Right, okay. Who's that? I've actually forgotten who that even is. Botter, oh yeah, Botter are insane. Just in general, right? Then again, didn't Bodder kind of fall off quite a lot in the Building a Nation Norway stuff? I feel like they weren't as like goated as some of the other Norwegian sides that ended up becoming in that save. Although I must admit, with Building a Nation Norway, we didn't really get as much success on the international stage as perhaps we did in the ones up coming up after that. Bays, right? Let's have a look at Baez. Oh my lord, no thank you. I've never seen that before. $5,000. Has he got Chile caps? No. You know, with him, if I can get him down to 4K by splitting the difference, not putting any clauses in, because that way it's like, it's a risk, but I like his attributes. Winger to wingback pipeline, yeah, literally. It is. I mean, it makes sense why your scouts would do it. It's like if you, for example, if I go to players in range here and just set it back to centre backs per second. I'll sort of, this is where I try to demonstrate what I mean and actually prove myself wrong, which I'm happy to do. So if I now just set that to there, and then switch this to, I don't know, I probably do have one for Libero, honestly. In fact, of course I do. I just never probably have ever used it. Libero, let's just use that. Right. So now if I try to search by passing, just as an example, right? So 6,000 players in it. Where is passing? So we do know a little bit about their passing. But I imagine there's also a lot of players we don't know anything about their passing. More so than normal. And, wait. So let's just see tackling. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, but I suspect it's still not as good as it could be. Wingers who track back. Depends on which one. Like, I feel like Palacio does a bit of both. Vida's more just go forward and vibes. And then Ndoye is more of a stay back and vibes, although does seem to provide really good forward-thinking play, despite the lack of attributes in those areas. One is 15, one with better heading always gets much higher ratings. Yeah, no, it's because, I don't know why that would be. I think it's just because they're winning aerial duels. And, for example, we've got a DM in this. Ironically, he's not playing in this game because I think he's suspended or injured. Oh, no, he's at AFCON. No, he can't be at AFCON. It's November. Unless they've moved it. Where is he? I guess he must be suspended. But he's not the tallest. But he does really well in matches. But he never gets good match rating because DMs, I feel like, are the most punished role in FM this year. It's going to be cool to see what Ndoye can do as the DM. Because that's a halfback. I mean, he certainly ain't bad as a halfback, is he? Oh, is it? That would explain. So they actually are all at AFCON. I swear Longello was called up for it as well, though. But that would explain why Camgo and Lend isn't here. Oh, no, of course. Longello's Gambian, isn't he? Yeah, and they probably didn't make it. Still, we didn't lose too many people. We definitely have lost someone else, though, haven't we? And Watara didn't get in the Ivory Coast squad. Fair enough. They must have some banging strikers. Yeah, like Tony Sunday's average rating over the course of last year was like 6.7. Even when like, because they don't get the benefit of clean sheet bonuses to their rating, despite them being essentially a defensive player, especially when played as a halfback. They don't provide key passes or assists because of how deep they are. They get a lot of hockey assists, but that's about it. And the game just seems to punish them. When the winter update is no, I mean, it's sort of out when it's out, right? Like they'll just sort of release it. I mean, they normally do give you a bit of build up, but I think you'll just know about it because it will just be here, right? Oh, we want Burnt in, don't we? Who's actually played better this season? Burnt or Gricone actually has played better. Might have to take a little look at those two as a comparison in terms of like statistics in a bit. Once we've had more of the season out of the way. Right. Not entirely happy with the lineup there. To go from having Camgo and Lend and Sangare as our midfield pairing to Afifi and Longello, it is a drop-off. A massive one. Lloydinho the GOAT. Thank you for the follow. That is definitely a weak part of our team. In fact, I think another thing I might do off stream is set up some same scout reports like I just did with the centre-backs, but for advanced playmakers as well. Just to see if we can find a guy that's Sangaric, I guess. Right. But yeah, it's usually like late February, early March kind of time. Sometimes actually late March for the winter update. I say winter update, but it's basically in the middle of spring at that point. But the winter of the game cycle. Okay. Dino and Zagreb, how are they doing so far? They've got more points than we do. Oh, no, they don't. They've got the same number of points as we do. But their opponents could have been harder or easier, I don't know. We'll just have another absolutely dead game in Europe, but I'll take a dead game if we get a result. Here we go, Longello. Oh, hello. Bit of cheekiness from set pieces here. Are we about to 500 IQ them? It's a nice build-up. Melman. Right, got to turn provider here, bud. Lignon, don't lose the ball here. Vida. Oh, Afifi. Good, gets it out of his feet. Afifi! Off the post. Melman. Oh, blocks and wide. We've got quite unlucky in some of our European games. To lose 3-0 to Dortmund and Newcastle, I felt like we were in those games towards the end and just missed our chances. Vida's ball in. Melman's header and it's saved again. Was it really 2nd of March last year? Oh, dear. 2 massive chances in the early stages. It's nice to see Melman actually winning a header from a corner for once. Cleared away. And, okay. Well, a good start from us. Can't wait to concede off their first chance of the game. Who do we draw in the Champions League? Well, it was the same teams as last time. We've got Villarreal, Spurs, and there's one other team that we're going to play against. I can't remember who it is. Longello showing a bit of vibes. Right, come on, slide him in. Take him on, Melman. Just go through. Go all the way through. Oh, it's deflected. Yes, they have a guy called Sven Futchkar, but it is just spelt fucker. Yeah. Chat and I found him last year when someone did a look up for the word fuck just as a joke, and he came up. Which is wild. Is that Atletico away? That's going to be tough. But we're looking decent in this game. Like, we're winning the ball back in good areas. Like that. And we're providing gaps. Come on, runners. Yes, here we go again. Loads of men coming forward. Palacio, drop him in. Melman. Vida Xenia. Go on, Vida. Oh, it's in! Dinamo 0, Sirens 1, Henry Watara. We are looking good, chat. A win here would put us onto 7 points. Come on. And an assist for Vida Xenia. This was lovely counter-attacking play. This is when this tactic is at its absolute best. When we're winning the ball higher up the pitch. Look at this for a pass as well from Vida. That is perfection. Oh. Was it Trabzonspor? I thought it was Fenerbahce we drew with. I believe it was Fenerbahce we drew with. I actually have forgotten myself as well. But yeah. That would take us to 7 points and still very much in the hunt. That was lovely football. Do you know what? You could say I like the match engine quite a lot, couldn't you, Chaser? Though we've had a bit of a falling out as of late. No, we haven't really. That was a massively good first half from us. Like, not many shots, but good quality chances created. Really happy with Palacio and Vida. Vida's got 3 key passes. This is a prime Vida kind of game. This is his kind of day. Yeah, you're right. Trabzonspor they beat Lutar in the qualifiers, didn't they? Yeah, so it was Fenerbahce. I was kind of hoping to play against Galatasaray because, obviously, I don't think they're even in this, actually, because they've got Nwusu in goal now because they just paid £10 million for him. Go on, second goal. Ah, that's good. That's very good. I don't know about you, but I still have a horrible feeling the first chance we see out of Dinamo Zagreb in this entire game is going to be them equalising against us. Despite how brilliantly we've played in this game, we still haven't really managed to take all of our chances. Ooh, I love our press. Like, we're still occasionally going to get caught out with it, but it feels like we're winning the ball in such nice positions way more often in this game. The team just seems up for it for once. Go on, get in there. Yeah, just like a random error, although there is a gap there because he's pushed right out of the defence. He's got to get back in. There's a huge space. And there's the space. Oh, that was it. That was the chance. They didn't take it, to be fair. I'll totally accept that. The way I'm looking at this is if we could get a draw against Villarreal and Spurs and we win this, that would take us to 9 points. And I think that would be enough to sneak through. Or we pull off some miracle win against either Villarreal or Spurs. Like, we could have done that against either of them last time. Slide him in. Oh, what a pass. Oh, actually. What's hard? That was nice. To not actually... Oh, blocked. That was good. We didn't rush the chance there. We actually took our time to get a slightly better opening for ourselves. But, again, I just feel like we're going to regret... Oh, Palacio's been brilliant today. Been up and down like nobody's business. Melbourne's not had the best day, actually. I'm going to bring on Avramovsky again. I've actually really liked him in a couple of... Oh, and Doy's struggled a little bit. Bit of Sommers for just a bit of beef. Oh, wow. Our midfield is so light. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. No need to make more subs than I need to. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it's going to look in Unity. Because it's still not going to be, like, amazing graphics, but it's going to be such a step forward that, like, who's going to care, right? I think the one thing they'll be able to really do with Unity is collisions. The player collision mechanics that are almost non-existent in FM will be so much better in Unity, right? That alone is going to make it worthwhile. Oh, shit. Right, come on. Big header needed here. What are you doing? Oh, right, come on, Henry. Win that header. Nah, see, now it's starting to... We're moving into worrying times now where every clearance is going straight back to Dinamo Zagreb, which means they're definitely going to score in a minute. Oh my god, how have we got away with that? Oh, that was very fortunate. A bit odd there from Burn. Come on. Get this win. Just give me a second goal. I just want a nice, easy game in Europe for once. Avramovsky knocks it down. Oh god, we're going to get countered now. Right, it's 2v2. No, 3v2 now. Come on, lads. Somebody cover that guy at the back post, please. Oh. Fuck off. There it is. When I say collision, I don't mean so much the ball. I mean the players' collisions. So there's your standard Champions League penalty. Never mind. It's just so... Wow, it's just got a random t-shirt on there. It's just you're playing against a team who are higher up than you in the Champions League. I mean, it's definitely a penalty. Absolutely 100% a penalty. It's just like, why are we in that position? Why were that many people shoved forward? I mean, in the end, a draw is a fair result, but it's just, you knew it was going to happen because it always just fucking does, doesn't it? And it's always penalties and stuff like that. Just have them score a good goal. Anyway, when was the last time we had a penalty in the Champions League, by the way? I feel like we can't remember the last time we had a penalty in the Champions League. In fact, have we ever had a penalty in the Champions League? That's that. We aren't qualifying out of this now. We'd have to get, like, wins against Spurs and Villarreal. Well, no. 4 points would do it, but we're going to have to now get a win. God, we were so good in that game as well. Like, we played really, really well, but it just didn't take our chances, as always. Melbourne had a bit of an off day there, in fairness. On the plus side, well, really? A record number of goals. Fair play. Give me a against better. Yeah, it absolutely does. It's just a bit frustrating. But bear in mind, better teams, like, I feel like we were pretty decent with them in that game. It seems to happen no matter whether you're the better team or not. But yeah, obviously, if you're going to have less of the ball and against a team with good dribble... Treaty United have made an approach for... What the fuck? Okay. Treaty United have made an approach for Joseph Rapp, one of the Patreon regents. That's amazing. Up the treaty. I hope he moves. That would be amazing. That's Chippy right up. End of the day, we just need to get better. It is just frustrating with those European results when it just seems to occur through the same kinds of things. Like, we're just not really getting what we deserve in a lot of matches. That one, admittedly, in the end, because of that, ended up being kind of decent. But, like, that Newcastle game, it's like, are we 3-0 bad? Dortmund, some of the goals in that game, too, it's just, we're just not quite there. Now, again, part of it could be as well because the players are young, so their mentals aren't going to be as good, so they can't handle the pressure as much, potentially. Although that is an attribute. Isaac Earle, who I believe is the guy at Everton, if I remember correctly. Or is it Sunderland? No, it's Everton. And he's decent. Is he actually playing more for Everton this year than he was before? Yeah, he's got 18 games in the Championship now. He's finally broken into that Everton first team after 4 years in the Championship. He is definitely getting there. And he's a really good player as well. Reminds me a little bit of the guy that's at Liverpool, Hambusher, but obviously Hambusher's better, but still, great player. And there he is at Maribor. In fact, he's been at Maribor, wow, 23 appearances in his career. You'd want more. Like, generally speaking, you would want more appearances than that. That is disappointing for him. No caps for Slovenia either. Just isn't really playing very much, unfortunately. Right. Okay. Yeah, it's like he comes in, plays really well, and they go, nah, don't fancy it. Ooh, that game against Melilla in there. That's a chance for us. Sirens try finishing. Oh, right, now we can get Mr. Arke back again. Managed just being toxic, innit? It's a toxic work environment. Get out of there. Oh, yeah, Winks. Get Winksy back again as well. I'm going to wear him down. I feel like he would actually do okay in our midfield for a year just while we look for replacements. Levante. Wow, Levante don't really have many players in their youth academy. Not yet, hey. No. But we expect it to be the end of this season, most likely. Actually finding a surprising amount of defenders. I've got to be honest. I was surprised by that. Yeah, we don't do good players around here. Okay, he's coming back again. See if we can wear him. And if I could just get Winks down to like 4K, I'd be totally fine with that. It's like, do you want to play football or not? But I guess... Also, it's Malta. Be a lovely old time for you. Oh, they still want a Fifi, don't they? Nah, it's not happening. No, not signing. Trialing. But also potentially signing, yes. I'm kind of curious where this lies. 5 million. See if I can get it to 6, just out of interest, just to put them off. Alright, 5.5. Meet you halfway. There we go. They're not going to be £5.5 million. Signed a real player once. Was it awful? Was it? To be fair, we have signed real players in this game, just not for a long time. Like a long, long time. Yeah, that's fine. They're not going to come close to... No! Ollie Cherry's broken his leg! That's actually kind of bad. It's so good for them. Well, I say so good. He has played a lot for them. Those things, I suppose, aren't mutually exclusive, but... Oh, Cesar Vallejo. They've usually got... Oh, hang on. He's a centre-back. Oh, he's 23. And... Chap, you're not going to believe this. He can't head a football. Crazy times, I know. He's broken his stalk, chat. Sweetie have looked kind of mid, actually, as it goes, but we take that. Goodyear lose again, which is nice. Gives us a bit of breathing space. It's just back to us and hammering again. Right, Floriana. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to rotate somewhat for this game anyway, no matter what. In fact, I might drop out Melman and Watara here, because I want to play them in the cup game with our new system, just as for the funnies. We've got to put a good team out for it, right? Plus, it'd be useful to have them on the pitch for that game, just in case. Given that we may have to switch to our other tactic, because we can't really afford to go out of the cup to Melilla, who I believe are an amateur side from the 3rd tier, or they might be Goslerton. 3-0. Top black, Charles and Jar Jar. 2 assists for Gorabe. Maybe I was wrong not to give him a new contract. I'm not. I'm very much correct to not give him a new... Hang on. Did he just get man of the match in a game without providing... Oh, wow, fair enough. 30 games unbeaten again. We take that. We have a player called Inters Lignon. We do, yeah. That's his actual name. He's brilliant. He's been around for a while, actually. Hence why I feel like our backline is sort of falling apart slightly, because players have been here for a while and haven't really developed. He's gone. He's going to Treaty. Well played. We're going low crossing. I feel like strikers with low finishing have always been a thing, and there are different types of strikers, but I feel like there's less different types of centre-backs to the point where having no heading ability is even valid. And with wingers without crossing, you could be an inside forward type of player, I suppose. But the centre-backs with no heading just seems to be way too common this year. Fullbacks that can't cross was last year, but this year it's just all about centre-backs that can't head a ball. Go on, show me their under 18 report. Wow, that's actually kind of bad. I expected better from you. That, I suspect that we kind of haven't reached a point where... No acceleration. Yeah, no acceleration, no pace. But again, there's like striker types that can kind of get away without being the fastest. Target men, sort of link-up men. Whereas a centre-back, to me, you kind of just need a certain... Oh, wow. Hammerun lost. I'm starting to see a real strength amongst sort of these teams now. It's starting to appear a little bit more of a gap. Good corners, actually. Do you know what? I've not even really paid much attention to the set-piece attributes in our team. I couldn't even tell you who our best corner taker is. I assume it's Vida, just because he ends up taking all the damn things. But that has just occurred to me that I never really thought about it. Top 6 is looking strong now, which is good, because the more we can keep a stable top 6 would be great for when we get some more position. Looks more determined than ever. Doesn't seem to be handling the pressure, so his determination's improved. Are you even in the mentoring group? I think he is, isn't he? Curious to see how much it's gone up by. I mean, just a random 3 point of determination. Can't really say no to that. Hey, look, chat, a bit of positive mentoring again. It's twice in one day. Oh, that sucks, Venomous. I hope you feel better soon, mate. Like, just... I must admit, like... Oh, Ziggurat, thank you very much for the raid. That's really kind of you, my friend. I've just... Particularly last week, I was feeling like genuinely quite depressed, unfortunately, and sort of like doesn't want to get out of bed kind of thing. And that's something I don't really get very often anymore, thankfully. But I must admit, it was a nasty one to try and pull myself out of that, which is why I'm going for walks every day now to try to just like get some sunlight in my face and try to like just get some kind of endorphins going in my head, basically. Obviously, I'm not saying that's a cure for everything, because it just isn't, but it's little steps in it. But I wish you well, my friend. Why are they making extra transfer funds available? Damn, okay, just a random 6 million quid there. We take that. Not that we can use it, really. Oh, we probably can. Our budget's such that we probably could get away with using a bit of that money, but I just don't want to start doing that until such time as I know when the values are going to drop. Because I want to know how much money we're going to need. For the, well, hello, Cheku. Hang on, he's a centre-back. He might still be intriguing enough to try and sign, but such is life. Bro, just... We will just have to start signing some of these guys up and just whacking them straight on aerial training, I think, and hoping for the best after that. Malta's national team going. They are using... Yeah, almost the entire national team, Dom, is converted... naturalized players now, basically. It's still doing appallingly, but they are at least trying to use them, I suppose. The offers with the oh yeah, no, our values, we're going to have constant player offers, which is why I've tried to tie all of our big players down to long-term contracts, so at the very least I can try and sort of ride the wave. If anything, we'll end up making more money probably once we get the value drop, just because they'll all suddenly want to leave. But he's started developing. He hasn't really developed much yet, because he's only been at the club like 6 months, so there's not any like, there's lots of green arrows, but I don't think there's any like, according to his profile, no actual like attribute 1 pluses on them. Although I have noticed that some of the numbers are higher than they were before. In fact, literally from the time we signed him to me doing the recap video in like June, he'd already gained like +1s on a lot of his actual attributes, but it might have just been that they were ticking over. I feel like we just, every year, we just plunder whatever Diambars and Generational Foot bring forward for us. And I wouldn't have it any other way. I might just be able to hit him with that, right? Yeah, nice. But he's getting there. It's just weird to me that he's not got any call-up for national teams yet. Like, not even like the under 18s or anything. When there's much worse players than him at our club being called up. The value drop. Well, I'll tell you about this value drop. If you're being serious, though, it's just where after about 10 years, if you save, the values just drop of all your players by like 10x. Right, it's double wingback time, though. Ooh, just lose every single player in your entire squad for AFCON. Play a high sale price before the... Well... Yeah, true, actually. I think I'm just going to ride it. Who? How did... Wow, he's been around the block, hasn't he? Christ. Not ideal. No, it's very much not ideal. It's just an FM issue, unfortunately. And as far as I'm aware, now you can do about it. So we're just going to have to ride it out. And hope that we've got enough money in the bank in the meantime. Because if Vida goes down to being worth like £3 million, you can bet that everyone and their mum is going to want to buy him. That's right. Juventus's mum is going to be all over him. It's like Stacey's mum, but somehow weirder. Is he a Turkmen dude there? Who's both Turkish and Turkmen. I mean, he sure is a Turkman. He's trying to tick all the boxes there. There's a 6'6" Mexican there as well. Juventus old lady's old lady. Exactly. Nah? Never let it be said that you don't get highbrow jokes on this stream. Very rarely, but occasionally we land on one. What team do I scout entirely? Well, loads. I've got like 400 teams on my scouting list. Just any team that's producing good youth academies and good youth intakes. In fairness, right. He is actually not. His physicals aren't there, and he's 23, which means that he needs to have good physicals. More gay. Nah, not gay enough. Shame. We move. Jeff Bird. Good name. Solid. Yeah, we've got a game against Villarreal, which will be the last game of today's stream, I think, just overpriced, I think, with him. And has the determination of a slug. And not a determined slug, either. I feel like that's a diss on poor slugs. And not I love slugs, either. Actually, I guess they're more like they're a strange stepdad, Thomas, that their mum broke up with. I said I love slugs. I dug myself out of that hole. I tried anyway.
Super. Do not hate me.
No worries, Ziggurat. How was stream?
And
the game, thank you for the follow.
I am programmed to get freaky.
Oh, wait. This is... Yeah, we're back to, like, players that won't sign for us again, aren't we? Costell's in Dea? Ooh, hello. Cheap wage demand. 6'1". Fuck me, man. And F23, yes, it did. It might have been less noticeable for us, but... Because we never really got a value raise in F23. Our values never went up in F23 with MTK enough to drop a lot. So I think we just kind of wrote it out. Even just for the loan farm. Yeah, if he's cheap enough. I mean, obviously, yeah, he was going to want more money than that. But it's not bad, really, is it? Oh, welcome in the gamer. That's very kind of you, sir. Or madam. Let's try... Yeah. I'm not going to loan farm a player for 1.3 million. We have, bear in mind, picked up like 3 guys for around £1 million today, and I don't want to do too many of them because they're just going to start squabbling over squad places at the end of the day. This guy's at Milan. £23,000 a week. Probably not going to sign for us somehow. In fact, let me just get rid of you as well because you're also on 12,000. You're going to want 12 grand a week as well. There's Willamis. So he'd only want like 2.7k, but he would cost like minimum 8 million quid. Although he's intriguing. Absolutely, bright boy. Gerardo Cabana of Gimnasia. 20 bravery. He's not brave enough to head a football very well, though. Yeah, I often find you see a lot of Brazilians called that. Shigemitsu, cool name. And Japanese. Whoa! Why? I'm like, he can head a football. Scroll across. He's 5'9" and has 8 jumping reach. Why is it that the shorter centre-backs that can't jump have good heading? I feel like every player we find now that can actually head a ball is... Ay. Either that or it's just that the ones that do have both are already playing for big sides and won't sign for us. There is an element of that too. Could be a good half. We've got so many DMs though. And at that point, we'll just... I feel like with DMs, we're finding enough just solid players over time with our normal scouting that it's sort of not really an issue. Tejera can't... 8 jumping reach and he's 6'1". I think I've got better jumping reach than that. Agu, he's not a centre-back, and he's not a good footballer either. Kanile? 6 foot, he's okay. Actually, he's fine, because he's cheap. He might not talk to us, though. Oh, no, he will. He will. Oh, no. What are you doing, Matt? Oh, fuck. Now I can't sign him, because FM's annoying. Because now he won't talk to me, because I went into there because I forgot about the fucking compensation thing. Yessi Moreno. Who are you wanted by? Porto end of contract. Oh, hello. He is intriguing. I do like him. He's a halfback. But is he? Lacks a few of these ones, but I reckon he could do a nice job in our midfield. 4K a week's a bit high, particularly if he wants 20. Yeah, no, you're not having that. I might just do him on a short-term deal. Oh. Okay. I feel like he could do a bit of both for us. I kind of like... He will just either get his contract extended or Porto and the like will just sneak in there anyway, but you got to try, right? Are you still San Marinese again? Yeah? Steve, thank you for the £10. Wow, that's very kind of you.
I like that there is room every now and then to mention the tough things in life. And Matt, love that you are such an open book with it. We all have hard times in life. Support is key for everyone.
That absolutely is. I try to be an open... it's a balance for me, right? It's like... I want to be as open about that sort of stuff as I can without feeling like I'm like trauma dumping on chat, right? And just being miserable all the time. So I feel like I don't mention it as much as maybe even I should do. But I feel like it's at the end of the day, I'm trying to be an entertainer. So I don't want to be like, well, chat, I felt a bit depressed this morning. Because, you know, I'm trying to put good vibes out there myself. But sometimes I'm just not feeling it, you know? Like, much of the last week, I've been feeling proper shit mentally. Like, just proper, like... A real sense of Thierry, you know, a real sense of ennui. It's just not been there for me. I'm sorry, I can't. I've been saying that to Pog the other day, and yet I'm trying to pull myself out of it. You know, hence the mental health walk with Pog yesterday with the accidental recreational trespassery. I'm going to go for another walk after stream today. I've done so far today 990 steps, so I'm probably going to need another 9,000 of those. That's going to be like 5k. But I'll just whack my headphones in, go for a walk, right? Just try to get some endorphins going again and. Oh no, that's what I'm going for, Steve, basically. That's what I want. But, you know, I know that I have had people complain about it in the past when I've talked about my own sort of mental health struggles, basically. Not in the streams, but on VODs about it, basically. People, with the essential, sentiment was, we don't care about that dance monkey dance. But obviously, yeah, large ranges. I don't know, Thomas. But you're right, they are absolutely enormous, aren't they? It's just like, maybe here, maybe all the way over there. Because like, oh, it was Zeep. Has she used it yet? Stupid. It literally is that. And I'll tell you what, I had a good, like, not like a buzz, but like a good general lift in overall mood and demeanour yesterday for like a good 3 hours after we got back from that walk. It might have just been the adrenaline of running across the trespassery property, but you never know. Who will I trespass on today? Well, it could be you. You don't know, do you? What about you? Juan Ruiz. Oh my god. If he was just like, actually I could care less about the height. If he just had like 13 jumping reach, he'd be an absolute banging signing. But also I think his wage demands would be too high. Oh, he wouldn't even talk to us anyway. But he's really good though. Acuna, winger. He's only 17. This is true, but he also won't talk to us anyway. He's the sort of guy I would have actually considered, but jumping reach isn't going to go up by much. Like, he's going to grow maybe max 1 inch at that point, and jumping reach maybe goes up by 2 over his entire career, which would have been okay, but why am I just typing in the word shit? Oh, that's probably why. Where's my boy? 2 1 hour walks a week to try and improve mental health. Injure my foot. Oh, damn. Yeah, but was it helping, Icarus? I'll see you later, Steve. You're always a wonderful presence in the chat, I must admit, mate. I must admit, as if that's a bad thing. You're just one of those people that's always got positivity, and I really do appreciate that from you. Let's just check. Belarus. Oh, no more shits. Just the one solitary shit, chat. Was really helping. Yeah, I couldn't believe how much it helped, which is weird, because I felt better after that than I do when I go for a run. And maybe it's just because it was longer. And so it was like a longer exposure to a slightly more elevated heart rate. Thus, yeah. Because I was still like zone 2 nearly at one point. I was like, oh, God, I've lost some of my fitness levels. Although part of it might have just been being out with Pog. Because it wasn't... This is the thing, Baccarin, right? I don't have a dog. And I feel like I wish I did, because then I'd have even more excuse to go out and do these walks. And I wouldn't look weird just walking around on my own, which is what I'm going to do after stream. But what can you do, right? Sharp or short? Yeah, I mean, it depends. But my runs weren't exactly short, just because because in order to run the distances I wanted, it took a fucking long time. Bit of Thierry ennui. Sadly not. We already did Shitty. And Mateus Diaz. Do you mean as in... Hang on, let me just look up this one and make sure there's not a second guy, because... Oh, there is. Is that the one? If you want... I'll do that, Holbrook. I will. I'll just do random, like, Instagram stories of me out on my silly little walk. Enjoy the crack. Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm still probably going to take my headphones and just whack a podcast on. I've still got a cliches episode from this morning to grab on. And then... But we'll see, right? I want to try and see if I can just get 10,000 steps in a day. Not because that's a number that's of any kind of real meaning. Like, the whole 10,000 steps thing came because the original inventors of the pedometer, I believe in Japanese, there was some translation thing where it meant it was really good for a marketing campaign for them. Ministry of Silly Little Walks, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Cellophane, as much as Pog would like it, getting a dog right now is simply not possible. But believe me, I would if I could. Craps on the floor. Yeah, other than that, yeah. Other than that, it's grand. Oh, we're going to do a... Right. As much as I like the idea of this, right, I don't think it's batshit enough. Truly, I don't. This is... Right, hear me out. Hear me out, chat. Right, they're both halfbacks, so they're going to swap over. They're going to go forward. These guys are now going to be inverted wingbacks on attack. So they're going to provide our midfield. So what I want, basically, is these guys push up to here, these guys slip down to here, these guys come into here, and these guys power out the overlaps. Track that defense. And just make sure. Play out defense. Short passing. I think I can probably get away with the same exact setup with this. It's the hokey cokey. Yeah, exactly. Double track. Don't threaten me with a good time. Big hole on the counters. I'm sorry. We've got players staying back. I don't know what you're on about. Maybe instead. Yeah, but if a Segunda Volante instead is not going to cover for the libero, is he? He's going to be running into this space rather than dropping back when we're in possession. Yeah, fuck it. We double tracking. Nice. Right, let's see who's actually going to go in this team. Safer and Sunday. I disagree. Actually, it might have to... Nah, you know what? I'm just going to put the normal people in there. Seems silly to not put Palacio in there. Just because he's inverted doesn't mean he's not going to be able to go in the middle. And Vida. Nice. We can put it on extended, although we do still have another game to play. To be fair, we're playing a lower league side, so there's going to be no shortage of highlights in this game anyway. Let me make sure we've actually got a decent defense set up too. Also, I've just realised the lineup. I want Ouattara and Melman as the front line. Lero's be on attack. They can. Oh, no. They can, but only when they're in a 3. I believe. I don't believe you can place a libero on attack when you don't have 3 centre-backs. Which I think is just mean, personally. The hot with the gym. That'd be cool, actually. Have they got like a cold exposure thing at the gym, Venomous Foul? Because that I've tried that stuff and it do be... Oh, hello. You want to buy Hamron? That'd be a nice January transfer for us. Obviously, it'd be more of a loan, but that'd be lovely. Yeah, that'll... No, I want to strengthen the defense up for this game too. If we're going to do this, we're going to do this properly. I want... Oh, I've just literally swapped him over with the other side. GG, Matt. That'll do. Fanny and Sommers. Nah, that's... Where the hell is Tony? Oh, he's at AFCON. I keep forgetting he's at AFCON. Not be defensive. Yeah, that's the problem, though. I want to make sure that... Chat, I'm taking this very seriously, as you can tell. I want this tactic to work. Oh, they've got a Samarinese keeper. Oh, he's going to be in for a rough day. Okay. I'm very curious to see how this is going to work in action. Wait, Medina struggled to see out the match. Where's he playing? Medina? Who did I put in accidentally? I'm a fucking idiot. I forgot that we had 2 sets of wing backs. Genuinely, I am truly a moron because I forgot that this was a wing back and not a winger, and as a result, I was like, "Why aren't Vida and Palacio in here?" When they probably were, right? I don't think they actually were. Now that I think about it, no, that's fine. They're all wing backs. Do it halfback because I've pushed the button now. Honestly, because I've pushed the button now. Also, he did not play very well at halfback in that last game we tried that. Not that I'm saying he wouldn't in this game. He absolutely would. Right. Everyone's a wing back. I'm just really curious to see how this is going to look in game. Just with us in possession. Oh, watch us score loads of corner goals and do nothing from open play in this match. As long as we win, well, we are leading, and Julian Palacio, it's his 6th goal of the season. It's for science, but I believe it's the first step on potentially some batshit backup tactic that could actually just confuse people. But we lead. 3 minutes in, we've got the lead already. Tactic's perfect. Don't know what you mean. Okay. Little concerned that we've created nothing since then. Now, tactical familiarity is definitely going to be coming into play in this game as well. Let's not forget. Right, here we go. This is a tune. Set piece again. Palacios nearly scored. Go on, Jar Jar. Go on, Melman. On that right foot. Oh, it's a good finish. Melman scores his 19th goal of the season. Again, it is a set piece. Well, that's what I was thinking, Thomas. The maximum amount of... I mean, to be fair, it isn't even the maximum amount of it, because with the inverted fullbacks, you probably would have had slightly more. Actually, no, they kind of have equal amounts, because in this case, it's just that we've got the 2 halfbacks dropping into that space instead. Right, 2-0. Albeit both from set pieces. But so far, like the rate... Oh, here we go. Right, not a set piece. Let's see. So Medina to Vidazinha. So yeah, Medina goes wide, and then Vida's just hanging back. Melman's in there, and it's 3. Melman's 20th goal of the season. That was nice. 3-0 up. And bear in mind, like, as much as these guys are a lower league team that we play in the cup, usually we're not beating these cup teams by more than about 4 or 5 a lot of the time. Throwing technically, I suppose. That's just a nice cross. So if we come out here and put like 7 or 8, I'd be like, ooh, is there some... Has it got legs? And does it know how to use them? Hey, Thomas, we're doing very well. We're just testing out a tactical idea. I mean, if you can even call it that. Are we ever going to... The Sirens try not to head a football challenge. Right, here we go. Just watch it from open play again. Oh, look at that. Vida's just cut inside. Oh, he should have scored or squared that. That was nice. Vida made that little run inside and they just didn't track him. That was really nice football from us there. It seems like certain scenarios are really good for this. What I have noticed, though, is when you're working on a new tactic, it feels like it's always really successful at set pieces in those first few games. Oh, my days. That wasn't a bad effort either. Yeah, it's literally everyone's just running up the field from the back. Another set piece. Melman's ball in this time. Palacio misses it. Oh. Why are you leaving it? Keeping them play. Jesus. Lots of shots. It's producing shots. Like a really high volume of shots. Thus far, anyway. Okay, it started off so well, and now it seems to be faded. The possession is coming up and up and up. Right, okay, here we go. This is not a set piece this time. This is them with a throw-in, but we will hopefully be winning it off of them. So we can see what it's actually like. Watch it just be a defensive error now. I want to see how this actually plays through them. Right, big header. Oh, no. Right, somebody win the ball. Oh, God, it's a defensive error. Melbourne's in. Oh, no, he's missed it. He's Darwin fucking Nunez. Oh, Jesus. That's the easiest chance of the night there. Maybe he would be a little bit sick in his mouth if you could see it, yeah. Right. The best chance of the game, we miss it. Okay. And, wow, that's not in the net. I mean, the players are getting okay ratings in this, other than obviously the two halfbacks, because it's FM. But actually, I'll tell you what, even that, Boiling Fanny's still on a 6.9, which for a halfback is basically a 10. Oh, it's another set piece. Melman's delivery this time. God almighty. This is just set piece central, isn't it? It's a lot of shots. I might just turn off work ball in the box. Go ham on them. I don't think it's, Actually, I'll leave the strikers on. Get Watara on for a little bit. I was thinking to myself, do I have any fullbacks? Let's go with... Yeah, we got the Sultan of Mayhem on. Oh, no, we don't have any central midfielders. The bench isn't really equipped for this. Oh, dear. But the possession is dropping, which is actually kind of good because it means we're just opening up a little bit. Look at the yellow cards they're now getting. I'm gonna be honest. 'Tis a little disappointing. Oh, it's off the bar again! No clear-cut chances. Well, I mean, clear-cut as the actual stat itself in FM is... I don't know if that's even in the game this year. Do you remember clear-cut chances? That was like the be-all and end-all before... Oh, my God. What is he doing? What positions? I don't believe you can. No, that would be funny as fuck, though. Oh, wait a minute. Do you mean, like, using... Fuck. Where is that thing? We haven't used that so much this year. I assume you can't. Wait, where is that instruction? Oh, it is! You're right, hang on. You're right. Ah, you can't do it to the wing back, but you can do it to the wing back. You can swap with the striker! Yeah, let me just swap my wing backs with my strikers. That'll do it. But no, sadly we can't have our wing backs swap with each other. That'd be great. They're just rotating around in a big, like, quartet. Yeah, I'm not sure it was quite it. I'd love to be able to see that. Let me guess, another set piece goal. Nope. Vida Xenia! Oh, what a strike! Do you know what? This was worth it for that goal alone. What an effort from Vida Xenia. Holy Lord. Was that a scissor kick? Full volley, scissor kick, in off the crossbar from Vida. Maybe he should play as a striker. Oh. I mean, again, it's irrelevant to the tactic, but damn. Watara. We're still 4-0 up, I suppose, but the goals have not exactly been flowing in terms of the open creativity of this tactic. I don't think it's quite it. But maybe it's a work in progress for us for later. There might be something we could actually make it into something, potentially. Yeah, Vida needed to make a run there as Melman's through. And he hits the post like absolutely nobody's business. Hey, Crybahy. So 4-0 in the end. We are through. Like, nobody played badly. Everyone was kind of average or mid in this game. Also, an assist and 2 goals for Melman is pretty decent going, I would say. As he continues to be absolutely goated. 10 more days. Ooh, I'm only like 3 days away from mine. Assistant to coach this for the team. Yeah, he's like, are you absolutely high? And I'd be like, yes, but that is beside the point. Yeah, I figured that would happen. Always does. But Melman again. 11 key passes. Now, he was taking a lot of set pieces in that game, so that makes sense. 20 goals, 5 assists. It's gone well, considering he's only started 16 games this season. Ronnie Shallow has just got nothing on... Hang on, has he got more dribbling ability again? Have you been injured in an accident that was almost certainly your fault? So we get to play against Santa... God, remember when Santa Lucia were in the top flight in this save? They've now got non-contract and part-time players. They've gone back to being semi-pro. Surely that isn't... Oh my God, it is. It's Hafiz Mohamed Akadom, the guy that we had right at the start of the save. Jesus. They just have not but they never recovered after getting relegated at all. I might refund your points on that song request because we're going to be stopping in a second, so I don't want you to not hear your song. Taking Spartans to the Scottish lower leagues to the Champions League, went 8th in the coefficients. I'm not really sure what to suggest. With Scotland, it almost kind of does it by itself. We've had Scotland get up to like 6th without us even managing it, as in, well, we weren't even managing in Scotland. It's actually crazy. Scotland always just seems to do really well. But again, it depends what you mean by tips, because I don't know what, like, tips on what specifically. Champions League going, frustrating, really. We were, there we go. We were better, we were good value for results in some of the games, and it just didn't happen, unfortunately. Especially the Dinamo Zagreb game, where we dominated them away from home until the last sort of 10 minutes of the game, where they had a penalty. You know how it goes. Oh, it's the guy that was injured before. I still think he might be a viable... Wait. Who's he wanted by? Even more reason to. Right, Valletta. Ooh. I want to see... Because we're not going to have time to get the Villarreal game in today, but... Which is fine, because we just pick that up next stream. But I want to see when the... Rescout... Oh, I didn't, did I? Shit. I want to see if we get our Youth Intake preview. It might not be today. It might be next stream. I can't remember when it usually happens. Oh, I did. Oh, no, it was the first team squad. Never mind. Ongoing focus updates. Bit of them. That's their first team squad, isn't it? Yeah. I do hate the way that you can't drag in the same way. Other 23s are... I can't wait to see how they get on. Good luck to them. Buy players, they don't want to go out on loan to other SPL teams. So, presumably that means, like, you're dominating Scotland, right? Let me just sort of zoom back. Champions League winner. Oh, yeah. So, 8th in the coefficients. They don't want to go out. That's... Have you tried all the stuff that we do? So, like, £0 transfer listing, part exchange, all that kind of stuff. Because that... I mean, it's... I don't know why that wouldn't work in Scotland. It should have probably shouldn't even need to do that in Scotland, right? Often 7th of December. Oh, in that case, we can try to get to that then. We should have time to actually get the... Oh, damn! Yerry Scissor. I know there's so many things wrong with him over here, but come on. He's where the scissors live. Please, 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 please talk to us. Yes. I mean, he has so many things wrong with him, but I could not care less. Oh, there might be a loan restriction in his top in Scotland. I don't know. Now, he does have a... Fuck, let me just check to make sure there's no code. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Let's try and sign him up. Mercenary. Ah! He's not expensive. He's literally free, in fact. That's how inexpensive he is. He's actually free. Did he have overhead kicks as well? See you later, babe. Nope. What are you doing? I'm in. Count me in. He has so many red flags. Yeah, exactly. Basically, chat, I know that he's a bad boy, right? He pulled up outside the training ground on a motorcycle. I know he's bad for me, but I feel like I can change him. We're going to have 7 years of him. Lower division side retouch. Really? Okay, I didn't know that. But yeah. The toxic scissors. I like a bad boy. It's why I'm with Pog. I can fix him. Exactly. I can fix him, chat. It's fine. Right, we'll get rid of that. Oh, this is rotation. I do like that Aframovsky's actually come in and been semi-not awful this season. Do it again. Really should be the AP. We do have a lot of wingbacks now, which is really nice. Okay. Bad boys need love too, exactly. He's from a broken home, chat. Alright. Oh my days. Are we that desperate that I'm putting Noel... I'm putting Noel on the bench. Mr. I refuse to go on loan Azuri. Right, that side's left for another team. And he will. Almost certainly. And he'll probably steal all my cutlery as well. Don't know why. Like, just I've got a thing about cutlery, apparently. Right, come on. Win? Yes. Ooh, narrow, but we do get the result. Considering how many times we've rested players before a Champions League game this season, we've actually done really well to stay there. Right. Come on. Give me my Youth Intake preview so we can finish on a high before and then we can just pick things up with the Villarreal game next stream. Watch us all be disappointed now. Nothing there yet. Still early, though. Oh, thank you, Loafers. This is very nice of you, man. Yeah.
Here's a fun
I
fact.
keep forgetting it
Voltaire
myself.
contracted syphilis
Cybronius,
2
thank you for the
blocks from
follow.
here.
The amount of times I've accidentally called her my girlfriend and she just looks at me like daggers. I'm like, I don't know what you mean. Sometimes it does take me longer than it should do to figure out why she's upset. I think she needs to get over it, personally. Hanron with another big win. Goodyear, wow, they really have fallen off. And now Luter are right back in the battle. Feels like there's yeah, I feel like a top 6. I know Mosta are in there as well, but they will fall away. They just will. I'm actually surprised that Birkikara don't do better, considering how many loans they've taken from us. Wisniewski's developing concerns. But it was a... Oh, dear. Oh, boring. The annoying thing about this as well is I've not broken a promise to a player for a while now. I've just been fulfilling them all. But that's how it goes, right? Right, Youth Intake preview. Yes, here it is, chat. She is my ex. That's true. Let me just... Right, what do you reckon? Youth Intake preview. I'm going E half-star. Has to be, right? I reckon all absolute crap this year. We've had 2 solid Youth Intakes in a row. I don't think we're getting a third one somehow. 1C. That I'd take 1C. Look what the C's have been like lately. Right. That's the worst one we've ever had. Actually, no, there's no F's in there. That is just, I mean, why even bother with an intake? What a way to finish stream. Save the game there, eh? Oh, wow, that's horrible. I'll be honest, I was silently hoping that it wouldn't be quite as awful as that, but it can lie sometimes. It hasn't lied to us yet in this save. Yeah. I think I might just restart the whole fucking stream at that point. What a perfect time to end. Right, let us... Who are we going to raid this afternoon? I'm thinking a bit of Daljeet. You cannot go wrong with a bit of Daljeet. I nearly wrote in bust net the then, because apparently my brain is utterly bamboozled. Ah, dear. Right, so I'll see you lovely people on Thursday for the final stream before I depart these shores, for the shores of Malta, unless something goes horribly wrong. So yes, join me for that, when we'll be finishing off, most likely finishing off our Champions League group, and trying to go all the way, in theory, to the end of the Youth Intake. Well, actually, I'm not sure, because when am I going to do the recap video? If I'm going to be away in those. We'll figure it out, chat. I will find a way to make it happen. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to go for a walk in a minute, and hopefully I do. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. Hold your gun. Capybara.